Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Suman Bilaji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. Warm welcome to everyone present here with us. May I request everybody to kindly be seated. We also request for all mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode from now onwards till end of the seminar. Thank you. Ready to go ahead with the proceedings of today's seminar. I have the proud privilege in inviting on stage Honorable Chief Guest Shri Suman Bilaji, IAS Additional Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. So let's put our hands together to welcome Honorable Chief Guest on the stage. Invite you, sir, to kindly grace the stage with your august presence. Also welcoming on stage Shri MP Bez Barua, former Secretary Tourism, Government of India. Warm welcome, sir. Inviting and welcoming Shri Arvind Singh, IAS, former Secretary Tourism, Government of India. Warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Srimati Jyoti Mayal, President TAI and Vice Chairman Faith. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. Inviting Shri Vinod Zutsi, former Secretary Tourism, Government of India. Warm welcome, sir. And inviting Lieutenant General K.M. Seth, PVSM, AVSM, former Governor of Tripura and Chhattisgarh and President FAST. Also inviting Shri V.P. Agarwalji, former Chairman, Airports Authority of India and Vice President FAST. Namaskar and good morning. Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Suman Billa, IAS, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, our honored guests, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Federation for Aviation and Sustainable Tourism, FAST, it is my privilege to welcome you all to today's seminar on taking India tourism forward through technological innovation and green sustainability. This seminar promises to be a significant platform for discussing how technology and sustainable practices can be the driving force behind the growth of the tourism sector in India. The Foundation for Aviation and Sustainable Tourism, FAST, is a pioneering organization dedicated to promoting sustainable practices and innovation in the fields of aviation and tourism, with a strong focus on fostering eco-friendly, responsible, and inclusive growth. FAST works to align the aviation and the tourism sectors with sustainability goals and green initiatives that are critical for the future of the industry. FAST envisions a future where aviation and tourism contribute positively to the environment, economy, and society by promoting green sustainability and technological innovations. It strives to position India as a global leader in sustainable tourism and eco-friendly aviation practices, ensuring long-term success and minimal environmental impact. Through its efforts, it continues to make significant strides in advocating the dialogue around sustainability and innovation in these critical sectors, ensuring a balance between growth and environmental responsibility. And before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express our gratitude to the Ministry of Tourism, whose support has been instrumental in organizing this important seminar. And we also convey our gratitude to our sponsors, Airports Authority of India, Pawan Hans, and Tourism Finance Corporation of India, for extending their wholehearted support to us towards organizing this seminar. And ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us some of the most distinguished personalities and experts from the tourism and aviation sectors who will share their valuable insights and guide us on how we can build a sustainable future for India's tourism industry. I would now request Lieutenant General K.M. Seth, President FAST, to do the honors of welcoming Honorable Chief Guest Shri Suman Bilaji with a floral bouquet. A very warm welcome to you, sir, for gracing this occasion. Thank you, General Seth, for doing the honors. I would now request Shri V.P. Agarwal, Vice President FAST, to do the honors of welcoming Shri M.P. Bez Barua, former Secretary Tourism, Government of India. Requesting you, sir, to welcome Shri Arvind Singh Ji, former Secretary Tourism, Government of India. Warm welcome to you, sir. We welcome Shri Vinod Zutshi, former Secretary Tourism, Government of India. Warm welcome to you, sir. We welcome Srimati Jyoti Mayal, President TAI and Vice Chairman Faith. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. We also welcome Lieutenant General K.M. Seth, President FAST. And I would request Shri M.P. Bez Barua Ji to kindly welcome Shri V.P. Agarwal Ji with a floral bouquet. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the proud privilege in requesting our Honorable Chief Guest and dignitaries on the dais to kindly do the honors of lighting the ceremonial lamp and formally inaugurating the seminar today. और अब हम शुरुआत करेंगे आज के इस आयोजन की, आज के इस सेमिनार की पारंपरिक द्वीप प्रज्वलन के साथ। And let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, on the ceremonial inauguration of today's seminar. And may I request for a group photograph with the lamp? Thank you. And we once again thank all our distinguished dignitaries for doing the honors of inaugurating the proceedings of today's seminar. And ladies and gentlemen, to begin the proceedings, I now have the privilege in inviting Lieutenant General K.M. Seth, PVSM, AVSM, former Governor of Tripura and Chhattisgarh, and President of FAST, to kindly deliver the welcome address. Lieutenant General Seth is the former Governor of Tripura and Chhattisgarh, currently the President of Foundation for Aviation and Sustainable Tourism, which is a non-profit consultancy and research organization with the prime objective of promoting tourism and aviation. General Seth is a very capable and highly decorated officer of the Indian Army. He brings with him vast managerial and administrative experience. So let's put our hands together to welcome General Seth for the welcome address.
Respected Shri Suman Bilaji, the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, who is our chief guest today at this seminar, and Shri Arvind Singh Ji, Shri Bez Barwa Ji, and Shri Jutsi Ji, the former secretaries of Tourism, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. We also welcome Srimati Jyoti Mahal, the President, Thai and Faith, and of course, Mr. V.P. Agarwal, the former Chairman, Airport Authority of India. It is my profound privilege to welcome all of you at this seminar being organized by the FAST on taking India tourism forward through technology, innovation, and sustainability. Before saying anything, I would like to apologize on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Shri Shekhawat Ji, and Srimati Vidyavati Ji, the Minister and the Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, for not being here today, in spite of their best thinking, and we were very sure they will. They had to go to Brazil to attend the G20 meeting over there. India's tourism sector, gentlemen, is one of the fastest growing industry, particularly after the G20 held in India, which gave us or gave a fillip and a golden opportunity for Indian tourism industry to grow at a faster pace. In fact, we have to grab that opportunity to move forward and market incredible India tourism. The digital revolution, coupled with information and communication technology, has transformed the entire tourism sector and the scenario. In fact, I would not be wrong if I say India was the first to digitize air booking and hotel bookings at a global scale. And it is now time that we move forward and retain the lead to make it tourism a more efficient, administratively administered industry. One thing I want to draw your attention is, you all must have felt that the guides at the tourist destinations are the biggest pain to the tourists, particularly foreign tourists. Not because they are expensive, but they try to fleece and trouble the tourists. I feel time has come to digitize all tourism destinations and make that digitized guide through mobile applications available to the tourist so that he can enjoy and have an experience of his lifetime whenever he visits a destination. There will be more ideas which will be thrown up during the seminar. Just a word on sustainability and green tourism. It's commonly known as the sustainable tourism, the responsible tourism, or ecotourism, all one and the same. What it means is that we must conserve the heritage and the culture of the destination to the best possible means. And one of the ways is that a great amount of waste which is generated at the destination must be degradable and must be reusable to ensure the cleanliness and sustainability of the destination. I am very sure when a tourist visits an Indian destination, he is not only looking for the destination's get up and otherwise, he is looking for a total experience and how we can give him the total experience with least inconvenience and maximum administrative facilities should be our focus in the months to come. I leave all these issues to be deliberated upon by the experts in the panel here and in the audience over the next two technical sessions, and I am sure we'll come up with some positive recommendations for the Ministry of Tourism. Just one word about the FAST. We have a huge reservoir of expertise with us, and I leave it to all the stakeholders that we are available to you in whichever manner you want to utilize the services of FAST. It's a no-profit organization. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your inspiring words and for setting the tone of discussions for today's seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri Vinod Zuchi, the former Secretary Tourism, Government of India, has 35 years of leadership experience in public policy and administration with long, vivid experience and exposure in the fields of tourism, public policy and administration, management, law, human resource development, and also election management. Besides Secretary Tourism, he held many other key positions with Secretary Culture, Government of India, Deputy Election Commissioner in Election Commission of India, Secretary Civil Aviation, and at the Government of Rajasthan. An alumni of Harvard Kennedy School, an MBA from the Faculty of Management Studies, Delhi University, Sri Yutsi is now the profession of providing consultancy and advisory services in the field of travel and tourism. And I now have the proud privilege in inviting Sir for his insightful address. So let's put our hands together to welcome him.
President of FAST, Lieutenant General Seth, Mr. Suman Billa, Additional Secretary, Tourism, Government of India, and Chief Guest of today's event, Shrimati Jyoti Mayal, President TAI, Shri MP Bez Barua, former Secretary, Tourism, Government of India, Shri Arvind Singh, former Secretary, Tourism, Government of India, Shri VP Agarwal, former Chairman, AAI and Vice President FAST, esteemed guests and speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be once again amongst my colleagues and friends from tourism fraternity, and as part of FAST family, I too begin with extending a warm welcome to all the dignitaries and the guests present here. Thanks, Mr. Suman Billa, for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, today's seminar is another effort of the Foundation to deliberate on a highly relevant and significant issue related to the future of tourism in India. In fact, the subject of today's seminar, taking India tourism forward through technological innovations and green sustainability, is equally relevant for the entire global fraternity. Friends, India's tourism sector has the potential to drive significant economic growth. However, to take India tourism forward effectively, technological innovations and green sustainability are crucial. By embracing technological innovations and committing to green sustainability, India can enhance its global tourism appeal while contributing positively to the environment and local communities. This futuristic approach will not only attract more tourists, but also ensure that tourism growth is sustainable and beneficial for all stakeholders involved. Ladies and gentlemen, technological innovations are essential for accelerating the growth of tourism by enhancing the traveler's experience, improving operational efficiency, and ensuring sustainability. In a highly competitive global tourism market, leveraging technology helps attract more visitors, streamline services, and create sustainable practices. As travelers increasingly demand convenience, personalization, and environmentally responsible options, applying these technologies is essential for tourism businesses and destinations to stay competitive. From virtual reality tours, Internet of Things, and AI-driven personalization to blockchain-based secure payments, to big data analytics, to mobile apps, 5G technology, and to sustainable smart tourism destinations, the integration of these technologies, friends, would not only enhance the traveler's experience, but also foster a more resilient and eco-friendly tourism industry. Ladies and gentlemen, India has a robust digital public infrastructure, commonly available to all ministries, the state governments, to the public at nominal and no cost, such as Aadhaar, DigiLocker, UPI, Bheem Payment Gateway, PAN, CIN, GSTN. And therefore, it will be easier for the stakeholders of tourism sector to apply digital technology and other innovations sooner than later. Friends, while the technological innovations are critical for driving growth of tourism, mainstreaming sustainability in tourism through green initiatives has to go side by side. By simultaneously focusing on sustainable infrastructure, resource management, eco-friendly accommodations, environment-friendly transportations, community engagement, and conservation, India tourism can achieve the desired goal of growth with sustainability. It is time that governments, financial institutions, development partners, private sector investors, and people work together for green transformation of the tourism sector by making green investments in all spheres of this sector. To further accelerate the pace of green tourism in India, we need to consider formulating green tourism-friendly fiscal, taxation, and incentive policies, creating easier access to capital for green investments, and forging public-private partnerships for promoting green tourism. Friends, Ministry of Tourism's vision in the draft National Tourism Policy 2022 to set up National Green Tourism Mission and a Digital Tourism Mission are indeed laudable. This policy initiative of the ministry shall help to drive green transformation and technological innovation in the tourism industry and will help to create more sustainable, more inclusive, and digitalized tourism development of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, since today in the business sessions, we are going to discuss these issues in greater details, and therefore I stop here. But before I close, since, ladies and gentlemen, today's seminar is part of World Tourism Day celebrations, I wish a happy World Tourism Day to you all, and I convey my good wishes to the entire tourism fraternity of India. Friends, Tourism for Peace is the theme set by UNWTO for this year, and on this occasion, I end my address with the remark that tourism and peace, they complement each other. Tourism is both a generator of peace and a beneficiary of peace. It is therefore necessary that on the eve of World Tourism Day, the entire world community resolves to build peace in order to promote tourism, and every one of us aims to build tourism to bring greater peace on the planet. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your insightful remarks on the evolving role of tourism in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to introduce Srimati Jyoti Mayal, the President of the prestigious Travel Agents Association of India with over 2,700 members, Vice Chairperson Faith, Chairperson THSC under the aegis of Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Member Board of ICC, National Committee Aviation, Tourism, Hospitality, CII, National Committee on Tourism and Hospitality, ASSOCHAM National Committee Aviation and National Committee Tourism. Her forward-thinking and innovative management has helped both companies to grow immensely and diversely into varied streams of travel and tourism. She has been awarded innumerable times for her commitment and dedication towards tourism and is known as the strong voice of industry. She was awarded the most influential person by NDTV Profit and Outbound Travel Mart, and also the Young Woman of Substance and Leadership Award by the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Government of India at the Hospitality India and Explore the World International Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have her here with us today, and let's put our hands together to welcome ma'am for her kind address.
Thank you so much. Hearing so much elaborated about myself, actually. But I think my biggest award is that I'm here today with all of the dignitaries sitting here on the dais, because I think that's what I've achieved, and I think that's my biggest laurel till date. Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here again, the second time for the Foundation for Aviation and Sustainable Tourism, under the leadership of Lieutenant General K.M. Seth. And I think it was a wonderful event which we had last year at nearly the same time. Welcome all my friends on the dais, and especially Mr. Suman Billa, who's back to the Tourism Ministry. And, we've got someone very formidable and very experienced who's come back to India to support the tourism sector, and we are looking forward to his support. All my friends on the dais, Mr. Vinod Joshi ji, Mr. Arvind Singh ji, Mr. Bez Barua ji, and of course, Mr. VP Agarwal ji. Thank you so much for having me here, and thank you for all listening me out. And I see the young ones here, which are the future for tomorrow. I wish you all the success. So I'll just say one thing before I start. And usually I say everything from my heart, but today with dignitaries on the dais, I thought I would get a speech. I could get some words written, because otherwise I don't know what I'll be speaking, because I think their knowledge, in-depth knowledge, is just super. So the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and that's what Lao Tzu said. So it's an honor to address you all today. And I'd like to extend my gratitude once again to everyone who's hearing me out. So I'll just come back to, because everyone is going to be speaking about the same, but I'm just going to quickly say that. So what is the current landscape of Indian tourism in just a small overview? We know the Indian tourism industry has shown remarkable resilience and growth, contributing significantly to our economy. In 2023, the tourism sector contributed approximately 9.2% to India's GDP and supported upon over 42 million jobs. And despite the challenges posed by the global pandemic, we have seen a strong recovery thanks to the collective efforts of all stakeholders and all of you sitting here. However, we still face many multiple challenges, including infrastructure gaps, regulatory hurdles, and need for sustainable practices. Addressing these challenges is crucial for maintaining our competitive edge in the global tourism market. The world, of course, we all talk about technology, is being led by the innovations today. The digital revolution has transformed the way we travel and experience destinations. Online booking systems, like Mr. Joshi just said, virtual tours, and AI-driven customer service have become an integral part of our industry. These technological not only enhance customer experience, but also streamline operations and reduce costs. For instance, the use of AI in customer service can reduce response times by up to 70%, significantly improving customer satisfaction. So what is smart tourism? I keep saying that to myself, because we've got a multiple of smart cities in our country, but when I go there, sometimes I don't find them very smart. But anyway, that's the way we are looking at the world, and that's how we need to change. So the concept of smart tourism involves the integration of LOT, AI, and big data to create intelligent and responsive tourism destinations. Smart tourism can lead to improved efficiency, personalized experiences, and better resource management. For example, smart sensors can monitor tourist flow and environmental conditions, helping us to manage destinations more sustainability, because over-tourism is something the whole world is looking at also when we talk about sustainability. Third, let's talk about the green sustainability, what we are talking about today in tourism. Sustainable practices are no longer a choice, I think, but a necessity for the future of tourism. Till a few months back or maybe a year back, it was only a buzzword, and I used to hear that word every dais or every platform I visited. I really don't understand this, because I don't think half of us understand what sustainable is. I don't think half of us understand what it really involves. I really don't think we all understand how to go and achieve this. I think that's the first thing we should be doing. We should be educating ourselves through the Ministry of Tourism, and I think aviation too, because I think the turbine fuel and all these things are making a lot of impact on the environment. So I think we need to learn much more than what we just talk about, because it will only be implemented if we really recognize what is sustainable. We talk about plastics. We don't even know what plastics are we supposed to throw, what plastic are we supposed to be using. They can be reused. So I think there's a lot that needs to go in sustainability, and it's not going to happen overnight. But we must adopt eco-friendly practices in our operations, such as reducing carbon footprints, promoting ecotourism, and implementing sustainable waste management. By doing so, we can protect our natural resources and ensure that our future generations can enjoy the beauty of our country and globally. According to recent studies, ecotourism can reduce environmental impact by up to 50% compared to traditional tourism practices. We as individuals, and I say that very loudly because all of us sitting here can make that difference. And of course, associations like TAI and others, and faith associations, what we need to work together to engage local communities in sustainable tourism. Initiatives as it will not only empower local economies, but also help preserve culture, heritage, and traditions. We need to experience the local homestays, foods, cuisine, culture, exposure, get local guides to actually be there, and so on and so forth. Community-based tourism projects can provide authentic experiences for travelers while benefiting local residents, and the residents also don't need to go out of their own small cities, villages, wherever they are living to actually earn their bread. I would say when I'm talking about sustainable tourism and when I have such luminaries sitting on the dais, I never lose the opportunity to say that, sustainability will only come when we have proper policy advocacies. And, we all as an association, I say that again repeatedly, that we need industry status. Wherever I go, like I said, I don't want to lose this. So we need to have, and this actually I'm going to address it directly to Mr. Suman Billa, because I think he's been helping us a lot for other projects, and we've been in touch with all earlier secretaries also. Mr. Arvind Singh knows how I keep fighting about it the whole time. So I think one of the key issues that we are going to be advocating and we need to do is, of course, the rationalization of GST, which needs to come down to create a sustainable model for the industry, because sustainability is a huge value chain. It doesn't only start with green tourism and ecotourism, it also needs to come back to the sustainable industry to make it sustainable. So a simplified and uniform tax structure will make it easier for businesses to operate and attract more tourists, and that I say for every destination. And currently we are, between 12 to 28%, which is very huge where tourism is concerned. And so all those things need to be looked into. Industry status would also grant us, the state level to another crucial step, because we need to take that from every state. Because I emphasize on this, because we need to have recognition to work towards a common goal. Because this will provide us with better access to financing, infrastructure development, and policy support. It will also help us to address such issues as high operational cost and regulatory barriers. One thing which has always been close to my heart, and yes, I am the chairperson for the Tourism and Hospitality Skill Council, is the skill development and women's safety. Because I think those two are another two sustainable aspects that need to come into the industry. So investing in skill development is vital for building a competent workforce. We must promote, and I say that very loudly, we've started doing that, apprenticeship courses and training programs to equip our youth with the necessary skills and to understand sustainability, green tourism, ecotourism. This will not only enhance their employability, but also contribute to the overall growth of the industry. According to the National Skill Development Corporation, the tourism sector will require an additional 10 million skilled workers by 2025. And women's safety, that we ensure the safety of female travelers, is a top priority. We must implement safety audits, training programs, and awareness campaigns to create safer environments. By doing so, we can make India a more attractive destination for solo female travelers and families. I'll just like to conclude and not taking more of your time, because this is this industry and I would say sustainability and skilling and women are very close to my heart. So, but as we move forward, I urge all stakeholders sitting here that influence, and you are the biggest sect of influencers sitting across us, that you need to be very, very active to influence. Like I was just told that we can always approach fast to actually take up our issues. I think that's what we should be doing. And we should embrace technological innovations and sustainable practices. So let us work together to create a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable tourism industry. And I'll just like to close by saying the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. And that's what Eleanor Roosevelt said. So let's us build on that. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for having me once again. And I wish everyone a very happy and a fruitful World Tourism Day coming on 27th. And let's hope that we just move towards peace, because tourism sees no borders. And we have to, it's just the growth of peace, nothing more. And people to people connect. Thank you so much for hearing me out.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for highlighting the importance of skill and social media in the tourism sector. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, I would like to invite Shri M.P. Bez Barua, former Secretary Tourism, Government of India, to address the August House. Shri Bez Barua was Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India for 5 years and was designated Honorary Permanent Representative of UNWTO for his...
Let's speak. I'll speak at last. I'll conclude.
So let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome sir.
Respected General Seth, our friend and colleague Suman Billa, Chief Guest, Jyoti Mayal ji, I suppose the most familiar face in the industry today, and my esteemed colleagues, Mr. Jyoti, Mr. Arvind Singh, and also Mr. Agarwal, and many friends and distinguished guests here, and the young students I see here. I think after such very distinguished speakers already have been said, I must be redefining the concept of optimism if I feel that I have anything more to say. In fact, if I have dared to be here today in spite of such a galaxy of speakers, it is only for two reasons. The first is my love and association with FAST, which continues for more than 25 years. But love is not only blind, it can also make you lose discretion. And I think it was indiscreet on my part to be asking for speaking here with all these speakers here. The second reason why I wanted to got the courage to speak is that I remember the story which I have told earlier, is that an old man like me who was fumbling with his papers while going to speak, one young speaker out of concern said, "Sir, your falling eyesight must be giving you trouble." The old man said, "Yes, son, my falling eyesight with age is, my eyesight is falling, but my vision is getting better." Let me just quickly recount 2 or 3 things only. I will not go into what the topic second part of the topic, which has been Mr. Jyoti and Jyotiji has spoken about, I would like to briefly mention about the first part, which is about Indian tourism way forward. First, how do we go? Let me quote the very famous saying of Alice in Wonderland, which I always find so pertinent. It says that depends a lot on where you want to get to. Now, our journey has to be, it's $1 million question. Where do we want to get to? And we have many, at this moment, many tidbits of wisdom, but there is no cohesive and vision for our way forward. It gives me a little bit of a vicarious pleasure to say that way back in 1999, I had piloted after 1982, we had our second tourism policy, which I started in 1999, and it came out in 2002. And after 2002, we have not had a policy as such. Mr. Birla will know very well that we have tried a lot, and of course Mr. Arvind Singh also. Two excellent drafts have been put forward, and but those brilliant efforts have been stillborn. Now, last draft had very, very pragmatic ideas on professional destination management, National Tourism Authority, and all those things, and which are very, very important for our tourism development. I found that the 2023 budget of the finance minister did give some significant directions, and that was that it will be on a mission mode, that it will be convergence of all the stakeholders in the tourism, which are counted by the Ministry of Tourism as at least 19 stakeholders, which are crucial in ministries and others apart from the industry. And public-private partnership was pointed out, and destination developments was talked about. But it fell much short of a vision for our journey. So the first task, I suppose, is to put our vision correct, that where we want to get to and how. Second, I think, is the setting the objectives in numbers. We have been hearing a lot about where we want to achieve the numbers, and that worries me a little bit. We have been hearing about over-tourism. Over-tourism may be just a reaction of the communities, what is normally in tourism called iridex effect. The people are irritated by all the adverse effects of tourism. And maybe like what we had sometimes back, you all heard about the agitation about the Occupy Wall Street and all. Maybe this will also die down. But the fundamentals of this over-tourism should not die down. And the fundamentals are that it is affecting our life and future, and we have to control tourism in a way that is sustainable. Some of the worries that relate to policy are that the projected numbers that we are asking for do not match what we have in infrastructure. For example, if we have to have that number of tourists, foreign tourists and domestic tourists, which is a mammoth growth of 2,200 million visits. Now, we need this accommodation, infrastructure in communication, rail, road, etc., and those are not just there. So we have to plan for that, and for that, as Jyotiji had mentioned, infrastructure status for the industry, industry status for the tourism sector are vital, as well as the ease of doing business, to ensure that the private sector play that role in creating that infrastructure, and it will not come in the government sector. Third is that we need to create many more destinations than we are talking about. The finance minister talked about 50 destinations. I thought that was too small a vision to have. We have huge number of destinations that we are fortunate in that, and those have to be developed. And otherwise, what has happened is that tourism, we talked about tourism, its impact on economic growth, impact of inclusive growth. It has been limited to Indian tourism is not a balanced one. it is limited to 7 states, which count for 60 to 70% of the entire visits and arrivals. Now, unless we develop destinations, we cannot achieve sustainable tourism in this country, and we cannot achieve inclusive growth, which will remain a slogan. And the fourth, I think, which is the most important part, we talked about sustainable tourism in many aspects. For the industry, the concept of circular economy is already on. We can go on talking about what is circular economy, how it affects. But as Jyotiji has said, that sometimes we don't understand. And that is where it comes that the government's program of lifestyle for environment, is crucial to the future of Indian sustainable tourism. That is where responsibility comes. And responsibility is not only for the government, it's for all the stakeholders, including the local communities, the tourists, and the service providers and the industry. So I think that is one important vision which has to be enforced very clearly and strongly through various measures, and that is what I am suppose we will discuss today. We'll come up with some positive recommendations. Fifth, I think is the future is not what it used to be, and that is the most important thing for the way you talk about the future. Technological changes will impact, as has been mentioned by the speakers, in every way the tourism development, and not only tourism development, our lives have changed completely. Technology, unfortunately or fortunately, is changing very fast, and each change in technology is compromising or compounding the range and the speed of anything that came before. By the time you know technology, it is obsolete. And in a situation like this, our skilling and manpower development strategy has to be completely revamped, because we have to be on a continuous training mode. The students and others who are learning something today have to be on that continuous training mode to be relevant for the future needs. And that is to adapt to changes or become obsolete. That is why I think the entire skilling approach has to be completely changed. We have to see whether our institutions have the capacity to adapt to these changes, whether we can change our syllabus and others to suit. But there is another serious problem, where it was mentioned that we have a huge number of demand from the industry, and if we develop tourism the way we want to, the demand will grow further. There is enormous requirement of manpower in the industry, but there is a mismatch between what is available and what the industry needs. The industry needs something, and we are producing something else, and the technology requires something else. And that mismatch has to be bridged, and that should be part of a very important vision that we have. Now, we are today, as we mentioned, has to decide going to celebrate National Tourism Day, Tourism and Peace. It has been talked about. I remember Gandhiji, who said, travel is the language of peace. And travel, we did not go into. The 1982 first tourism policy of India, foundation was on understanding cultural and other aspects of tourism, which will create future understanding, peace, etc. And after COVID, the mantra of tourism, which has been the focus, has been on three. That is planet, people, and prosperity. Tourism can contribute to do for each one of them, but we need much vision and great resolve. We are happy that Mr. Birla, you have come at a time which is very challenging and exciting time. We wish you all the best and assure you that we are all behind you if you need us. Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here. Wish you all the best.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri Arvind Singh Ji, an IAS officer of 1988 batch, served as the former Secretary Tourism, Government of India, and prior to this held some very important positions as Chairman AAI, Additional Chief Secretary Energy in Government of Maharashtra, and Chairman and Managing Director of Maharashtra State Power Generation Company Limited and Maharashtra State Electricity Transmission. He also served at the Indian Embassy Tokyo as the Honorable Minister Economic and Commercial. So let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Sir for his address.
Honorable distinguished guests on the dais, Lieutenant General Seth, who's President of FAST, two secretaries whose legacy I inherited as Secretary Tourism, Mr. Bez Barua and Mr. Zutshi, Mr. VP Agrawal, whose legacy I inherited as Chairman Airports Authority of India, because I also got to an occasion to work there. Mrs. Jyoti Mayal, who's the only lady on the dais, and we've heard her speak, and she's a doyen of the industry, and I have seen her, in action while in the ministry and even after my retirement last year. And friends, ladies and gentlemen who are all present here, first of all, my best wishes for World Tourism Day. It couldn't be a better time for tourism in India, and as most of us know, that tourism in India is today in a sweet spot. Now, it is a challenge for me because so many speakers have spoken on various aspects of what is to be deliberated in the seminar today, what is the current state of play, which Jyoti talked about. So I will start on a lighter note because the speaker introduced myself, and many people used to question me as to how I landed up in the tourism sector. And because my previous 10, 12 years were worked in infrastructure, or I was working in finance. I was posted in Tokyo as Minister Economic, which was a finance ministry post. And then I was in the power sector dealing with airports. And I think the only link was what I did in the initial parts of my professional career, which could be an indication for the young students who are here, that what you do initially is, comes back and serves you later on in life. Unlike Suman, who is one of the longest serving people in the tourism sector currently, he is served at the state level, he's served at the national level, he's also served internationally. He worked in the World Tourism Organization as a representative from Government of India. I had no such opportunity. But my first years of my professional career, I was posted in one of the most important tourism destinations of the country at Aurangabad in Maharashtra, where Ajanta and Ellora are located. And I spent 5 years there as district trainee, as assistant collector, and then I got promoted as CEO Zilla Parishad. In fact, many people used to joke at that time that he's become part of the Indian Aurangabad service because he spent 5 years there. But that stint at Aurangabad took me very often to Ajanta, Ellora, Daulatabad and Krishneshwar temple, which is now one of the Jyotirlingas, or it was Jyotirlingas. Ajanta, Ellora, you'll have heard of. Daulatabad fort, which used to be the capital of India, they're all located there. And in my 5-year stay, I got the opportunity because I'm talking about the early 90s. So there were not very good English guides available there. So many a time when a dignitary would come, I would have to double up as an English guide. So I had to read up a lot and, take them around. But 3 dignitaries stand out. I took many, national as well, but 3 stand out. One was Helmut Kohl, the Chancellor of Germany. I had the distinction of taking him around. Then Lech Wałęsa, you pronounce his name as that, but he was the famous Polish leader who was the Solidarity leader. He came to India and he visited. And the Crown Prince of Thailand, because in Thailand there is when you get married, especially in the royal family, they come and visit the Buddhist centers in India, and they came to Ajanta Ellora. They came in a special jet from Bangkok and visited Ajanta Ellora, and that was a great experience also. But I think that experience of working as an English guide for taking people around Ajanta and Ellora helped me later on in life. Anyway, that was on a lighter note from all the very enlightening stuff that you have heard. But going back to the theme of today's discussion, which will be discussed in the 2 sessions after this opening inaugural session, I think the background is what the work that happened in the G20, and I was in the thick of it last year during India's presidency, and currently the G20 is going on in Brazil, and I saw from the internet that the Tourism Ministers' Conference has happened, and on 21st they have accepted the final declaration. And I was glad that most of the themes that we had discussed in the G20 presidency in India have been adopted, and some changes have been made, which I'll touch upon, and I'm sure Suman will give you more details of that. But the 5 themes that we said should be priorities for tourism in the world last year during India's G20 presidency were green tourism, which will be discussed today. And, the whole idea is that we should have sustainable and renewable energy and green practices more into tourism, because we are seeing the impact of over-tourism in various parts of the world and in our country also, of, the need for doing capacity studies, of carrying capacity studies, and the ill effects of over-tourism and non-sustainable tourism. Digital, tourism, because we have seen how the use of digital technology with the use of smartphones and the use of online media, social media that has come in, has transformed the tourism landscape. So we need to take it further, so that even areas with which don't have broadband or internet penetration get that, and people are able to utilize the benefits of that. I'll just share with you, last week I was in Surat, where a very ambitious economic plan was unveiled by the Niti Aayog. And one of the areas that they discussed was, even in Surat, which is a very prosperous part of the country, the most prosperous part of Gujarat, where an economic development plan along with tourism is being discussed, broadband penetration, internet penetration was an issue, even in such a prosperous part of the country. So I think that is something that we need to focus on if we are talking about digital tourism, and we need to make the digital access open to all. The third thing, very important, which Jyoti also mentioned, was skilling. With the tourism, the pace at which it is growing, it is almost, the growth every year is double digit now in terms of percentage growth, and it will continue to grow. The aim of the policy when we discussed was that we need to have a $1 trillion tourism economy in India by 2047. Now, if we are taking the tourism economy to that level from today's level of about 140, 150 billion, then obviously you'll need a large amount of manpower. And if the ambitions that we have, that obviously we need a large amount of not only the quality manpower, in not only the quantity, but we also need quality manpower. So the need for skilling, otherwise we will, lose the bus, because we have a large amount of youth who wants to get into the workforce. But if we have this scale and speed going on, if we don't skill our youth properly, we will not have the quality that we are looking for. MSMEs. Now, a large number, 70-80% of the tourism sector is dominated by medium and small scale, small players. The large players are there. They are the ones who are visible. They'll say in airlines, aviation, which is close to Jyoti Mayal's heart, then, or hotels. You see large online aggregators who are working. But apart from the large players, there are a lot of small players who are behind them, who are working in the background, and they need to be strengthened. Their capacities need to be, improved if we have to take tourism to the next level. Access to finance, the qualities of how to reach the market, all these things, they have to be supported. And so apart from these four, green, digital, skills, MSMEs, the final priority was that we need to strengthen destination management organizations. Ultimately, you can do all this, but when you reach a destination and the local administration, the local management is not good, the whole thing is going to crumble. So we need to strengthen. And there are examples, globally and in India also, that strong destination management organizations have delivered the goods wherever it is required. It needs a combination of state, local, and the civil society, people who are stakeholders in the tourism sector and others, all them to get together and develop very strong destinations. And only strong such organizations at the local level will strengthen the ability and reach of people to enjoy the tourism facilities there. Now, I saw the declaration at Brazil, which has happened day before yesterday, 21st. They have agreed in principle with most of these things, skills, MSMEs. But one thing that they're very importantly changed that we did not discuss much during India's G20 presidency was the need for financing these initiatives. The need to finance digital initiatives, the need to look for good sources of finance for green initiatives, and I'm sure all this will be discussed today. And I wish the seminar all success, and I wish the further deliberations all success. And I'm sure the deliberations today will prove useful to the ministry and other stakeholders in taking India's tourism further ahead on to reap the success it deserves. Once again, I wish you my best wishes for World Tourism Day, and thank you for giving me this opportunity here. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to introduce our chief guest for today's seminar, Shri Suman Billaji. He is a member of the 1996 batch of the Indian Administrative Service, brings a wealth of experience to his new position, having previously served at the Ministry of Tourism as the Joint Secretary and as the Secretary for Kerala Tourism. He has also served as the Commissioner for Commercial Taxes in the Government of Kerala, and has been a key figure in India's tourism initiatives, has played a pivotal role in shaping policy and initiatives to promote and develop the tourism sector in India. Over the years, Sri Billa has been instrumental in driving efforts to make India a globally recognized destination for tourism, emphasizing the importance of sustainability, heritage preservation, and international collaborations. And we are privileged to have him here with us today to kindly share his vision for the future of tourism in India. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Shri Suman Billaji.
Good morning. President of FAST, Lieutenant General K.M. Seth, Sri MP Bez Barua, former Secretary Tourism, Government of India, my former boss, Sri Vinod Zutshi, Mr. Arvind Singh, who was also a former Tourism Secretary and with whom I've had a privilege of working while I was at the World Tourism Organization, my good friend, Madam Jyoti Mayal, Sri V.P. Agarwal, ladies and gentlemen. I think this seminar is organized to commemorate the World Tourism Day. And I think the topic that we have chosen could not have been more apt. It's about taking India tourism forward. And there are two areas that are listed out. One is technological innovation and the other is green sustainability, through which we work on it. So one of the things that I always find is that what is the problem statement for tourism in India? And I think the biggest problem statement we have is that there is a big gap between potential and performance. We all understand that India has the goods to deliver on the tourism front, but for some reason, for the past several decades, we have not been able to deliver. And I think the reason why tourism becomes extremely important for this country is for, as several of my illustrious colleagues have spoken before me, is its ability to create jobs. Tourism can create jobs at all levels, and tourism can create jobs in big numbers. As the economy progresses towards fourth industrial revolution and your modes of production become more and more technology oriented, they will become more capital intensive but less labor intensive. And which is why I think the necessity for sectors like tourism to do the heavy lifting to create the jobs that an economy like India so dearly needs. And tourism can create jobs at the managerial level down to the menial level and essentially sustain livelihoods. It can sustain communities around tourism areas. So I think that is the importance that tourism has for us. Now, if we look at the contribution that tourism makes for our GSDP in the 2023, it accounts for 5.04% of the GDP of the country. Now, if you look at it globally, Thailand does about 20% and Turkey is around the same. But most of the countries, as a regular case, do about 10% of their contribution comes from the tourism economy. Globally, 1 out of 10 jobs come from tourism, and about 10% of the GDP is contributed to by the tourism sector. So why is it that in India, we are only at around 5%? And how do we double this to 10% in the next few years? I think this is the problem statement that we need to see, and we need to understand as to how to move what are the levers that we need to move to make this happen. So since May, after I have come back to the ministry as additional secretary, I have been playing around with numbers a little bit. I have looked at the government numbers closely. I have also had a meeting with Mr. Bez Barua and the cohort and Jyoti Mayal and all of them, and to look at what those numbers look like. So I have looked at the numbers from the Government of India, the numbers from the industry, and I have triangulated the numbers from the world bodies. And I have just put together a few slides, to sort of give an idea of what I think where the problem, some of the areas where the problem lies. So these are the numbers that we all know, that international tourist arrivals in 23 account for 17 million, and foreign tourist arrivals is 9.2 million. That is, international tourists have also include Indian passport holders but who normally reside abroad, but foreign tourist arrivals are only foreign passport holders. Our domestic tourism visits are 2,510 million or 2.5 billion, and our outbound is at 27 million, and our contribution to GDP is 5.04%, and our contribution to employment is 76 million. Now this 76 million is a omnibus figure. This is something I think we need to do a little bit more work to make sense of where it is contributing from. So apart from this, I have tried to look at what the numbers really mean. So let's look at foreign tourist arrivals, because international tourist arrivals come, but several of them are Indian community who are coming back. Some of them are staying in hotels, but most of them are going back home to visit friends and relatives. So I think for us, the more defining group of them is going to be the foreign tourist arrivals. Now, foreign tourist arrivals comprise of several categories. You have leisure and holiday, you have business, you have medical, you have others. So these are some of the subsets that are there. And I think for our purpose, we need to look at leisure and business, and leisure and holiday and business, which typically accounts for 4.2 million. Now, out of this entire piece that we have, I think this 4.2 million is the number which will have the elasticity. And I think this is the number that we need to grow, and we need to have a strategy to make this grow. So similarly, if you look at domestic tourism visits, I'm sorry, I think the lettering has become too small for you to read, but let me try and explain. Is some of the categories that you see is leisure and holiday, you have business, you have medical, you have shopping, and all of them. And again, in domestic tourism visits, we think that 2.5 billion people traveling, that's a big number. But if you take out pilgrimage people and you basically look at where are these people staying, and you look at just the hotels, that number drops to about 20 to 30% of the total figure. And out of that, if you were to look at leisure and holiday and business and shopping, which would be three categories which come, that number is still going to be even smaller. And that is where the elasticity is going to come from. So in absolute terms, that number is still very big. It's very difficult for people around the world to wrap their head around Indian numbers, but I'll show you what that looks like. And similarly, when you look at outbound, we say 27 million are those who are going out. But if you look at those who are going for leisure, that's only about 7.8 million or so. It is still a very large number for people who are going out. The others are going for business and for educational purposes, etc. They are going to travel anyway. So I think the 7.4 million that we have is the number that we need to focus on, because every dollar saved is a dollar earned. We do not need to get international tourists, but if we are able to create and retain even 10% of the tourists within the country who would normally go abroad, it adds to our economy significantly. Now, this slide typically shows you as to what the growth would look like. The first column shows you in a business as usual, and the second is if we do our targeted growth, some of the things that Jyotimayal has spoken about of giving industry status, rationalization of GST. If we tick all those 10 boxes, I think we will be able to push the needle further. So if we do not do anything, and we think that if we just take the growth rate that has been happening in the foreign tourist arrivals in the country, you remove the COVID years and you take an average, then you will see that by 2029, the numbers are going to go to 10.4 million in a business as usual phenomenon. And if we are able to actually move the needle, it's going to go to 11.9 million. So I think that is the sort of a growth rate that we are seeing. In domestic tourism, again, we've been growing typically at 7.74%. So if we let the growth happen, then we're going to go to, by 2029, to 932 million, which is the leisure and business and shopping thing. And if we push the needle, it will go above a billion number. And similarly, I've said 10% is for the outbound is what we need to look. And these are the numbers that are there. So today we are at 79 million are the total number of jobs that we create. And by 2029, if we do everything right, we can create 93 million jobs, which is a big number. But one of the mistakes that everybody takes in India is that we assume that India has been the fastest growing large economy for several years now. We've been averaging a growth of over 7%. And we think that that will automatically convert into growth for the tourism sector. But I think this is something that we need to clearly understand, is that these numbers that I show is, I think, the most critical slide, and this is the last slide that I want to show you, is today, if you take all the branded rooms that are there in the country and those that are under development, that accounts for 0.18 million. That's 1,80,000 rooms. But if we were to look at the number that we have talked about, that those who are only staying in hotels and those who are coming for business and leisure and shopping, etc., and we look at the room requirement, today we should be having 4 lakh rooms already in India, in addition to the 1.8 lakh rooms that are there. So that is the demand and supply mismatch. So people think that India is in a great position because hotels are getting great rates, and hoteliers are not complaining, and but the most important thing for us to realize is that there is a supply and demand mismatch, and which is why it is pushing prices up, and which is why it is also pushing people to go outbound much more. So if we go to 2029, that delta is going to grow even wider. By 2029, it is estimated that we will have 240,000 branded hotel rooms in the country, but we are going to be needing 850,000 rooms by 2029, assuming the growth numbers, if it is business as usual, which happens. So what does it mean in terms of additional investments that are required for branded hotel rooms? Today, we should have had 55,000 crores of investment to meet that additional 4 lakh hotel rooms. And by 2029, that number would actually bulge to 1,30,000 crores in terms of investment. So similar story for unbranded rooms. If you look at those that are unbranded hotel rooms under development, we have about 1.5 million rooms now, but we should be having today an additional 2.8 million hotel rooms. And by 2029, we would have 2 million hotel rooms, that's the estimate, and we need to have an additional 6.5 million or 65 lakh hotel rooms, which means that today we need to have 4 lakh crores of investment going into building these unbranded hotel rooms, and that will actually go on to 8,72,000 crores by 2029. So I think if you have to define it in terms of a problem statement, is India is growing rapidly and there is nothing in the economy to show that it will slow down. But one of the things that the big misses that is happening is that tourism is not keeping pace. And I think the reason why that is happening is that there is a huge supply and demand mismatch. While demand is growing, is rocketing ahead, supply is not keeping up. And I think the reason why that is happening is for 2 reasons. The first is, I think we have to change the capital structure, because the capital structure that we have today is not amenable to developing something, an asset class like hotels, which are typically medium gestation projects or medium to long-term gestation projects. Today, most of the hotels qualify under real estate, which means that your payback needs to happen within an 8-year period and your interest rates are higher. So it is just not making sense for people to invest into hotels. So one of the things that the government of India has recently done is to bring hotel investments into the harmonized list of infrastructure. But they have put a rider and they have said it will only apply to places with population of less than 1 million, which is essentially restricting it quite a lot. So I think we need to open that up. The second thing that we need to do is to get the states to incentivize hotels. And I think the whole thing from an economy perspective that we need to look at is how do we take investors past the tipping point so that they're able to make that investment with the confidence that it's going to work. There will be business risk, everything else. But as a case, when you work with the numbers, it should be something that is remunerative, because investments do not happen on passion alone. Investments happen because there is money to be made. So I think these are some things that we need to work, and state needs to really look at what are the levers that are there for them to incentivize investors to come and invest into the hospitality segment. which means essentially they need to look at GST for capital construction, they need to look at power tariffs, lowered power tariffs. They need to free up the development norms, because in India, for example, today, hotels have a very high requirement of parking that they are expected to build. But unfortunately, in India, people do not travel like in the US on car when they go to different places. So you do not require that. So that's actually adding about 15 to 20% of the additional cost of the hotel is getting added because of that. Similarly, when you travel all around the world, you will find that there is no big offset between the road and the hotel. In India, we insist on a very large offset. So all of these make the development cost of the hotels also go higher. So I think there is a great case for rationalization from the state side for us to make this happen. So several years ago, and when Mr. Zutshi was Secretary Tourism, we had done this Incredible India Investor Summit, IITIS. And I had the privilege, and he had asked me to go to New York and look at what some of the investors are looking for. And I met the CEO of Warburg and Pincus. And he said that we have started a fund around the same time, at around the same corpus between India and China. And China has already crossed 600 hotels, and India is still struggling at around 75 or 80, and he had Lemon Tree and others which are there. So I think there's a great case for us to relook as to why investors are not able to do that. If we create the right conditions to investment to come, then everything else will fly, then investments will happen, then business will take off, tourism can live up its potential. We will have all the other challenges like skill development and all of them. But those are challenges that are incumbent upon fulfilling this basic criteria, because if you do not have a hotel room, that's the basic block. If you do not have a hotel room, there is no there is no jobs, there is no promotion, there is no publicity, no marketing. All of that doesn't make sense. So I think that is something that we need to look at. So anyway, most of these things have already been spoken to by all the other illustrious speakers who have spoken ahead of me in terms of infrastructure status, marketing, regulatory reform, smart taxation, service excellence, sustainable practice, niche tourism, rigorous monitoring, safety and security, and crisis preparedness. So I think if we tick these 10 boxes well, we should be able to move the needle ahead. So let me now talk a little bit about the theme that we want to discuss today, which is around technology innovations and green sustainability. So I think the biggest challenge that India has today, and that is something again several of them have spoken, is over-tourism. Most of our destinations are suffering from capacity issues, because of which the visitor experience is actually dropping seriously. So unless we are able to create that visitor experience, that promise of service delivery is matched, it's going to be difficult for us. It's going to be a challenge, because we all know that most of our hill stations today have become impossible to reach, and they have become so crowded. If this room can hold 100 people and if you put 500 people, it's not going to be comfortable for anybody. And I think that is the problem that we have today in most of our destinations. So I think we need to start thinking about how do we put some limits on the number of people who come into a destination, and how do we ensure that the quality of the experience does not get compromised. Recently, I read a tweet by a doctor on social media. He said that he was going to a hill station, and he and his wife were going to celebrate their wedding anniversary. What was to be a 3-hour ride took 8 hours. By the time they reached, it was already dark. They were so tired, they could hardly celebrate, and the next morning, they had the anxiety to reach back in time. So as soon as they woke up, they had an early breakfast and left. Now that's completely beyond the purpose. Those are things that we need to avoid. When a tourist pays the money, we need to ensure that the experience is delivered. So I think we need to see as to how we rework this whole capacity piece. Retrofitting regulation is always going to be difficult. So one of the things that we should start planning for aggressively from now is how do we start visualizing and building alternate destinations. And Mr. Bezbarua, when he spoke, mentioned the 50 destinations, etc. I think we probably need something like closer to 150. For example, if we have a place like Shimla, which all of us know, during the season it gets totally overcrowded, and if there is, say, any other place we can open up within, say, 20-30 kilometers of driving distance from there, you bring the whole ecosystem of tourism there. There is enough purchasing power for us to support something like that. And I think this is something that we need to look at. How can we do some original thinking to open up newer destinations? I think incrementally building on existing destinations is something that is probably not going to work out. The second problem statement that we also have, and it is connected to this, is that India has some really outstanding assets. If you look at the World Economic Forum's Travel and Tourism Development Index, we always score very highly on the attractions that we have. But while our attractions are truly, incredible, world class, I think the tourist experience is rather poor. Because suppose even if you go to a fantastic monument like the Taj Mahal or the Qutub Minar, you would still need to be able to view it from a shaded area. You would still need a place where you can drink some water, use a clean washroom, have a meal. So all of those things, I think, are something that we need to work on how to improve tourist experience. And most of our focus is now happening on conservation rather than on the experience that we provide to the tourists. So recently we've had a meeting with the Archaeological Survey of India, and they seem to be happy to work with us. So the idea is, for example, in Qutub Minar, there is 27 acres of land which is available. You could create several things like, fine dine experiences, entertainment options, interpretation centers. And I think it's very important for us when people come to visit any destination to frame the context. Nowhere else in the world will they allow you to walk into the destination without, framing the context for you in an interpretation center or, with a museum or, experience center. I think these are things that we need to work to enhance the visitor experience, and I think that is something that we will work with some amount of government funding, but I think largely from PPP we will be able to work around it. So most of us are convinced that growth is a given. There is, as far as India goes, there is absolutely no doubt that tourism is going to grow, but it's going to grow strongly and for several years to come. But the important thing is, what is the shape of this growth that we want? And Mr. Bezbarua spoke about, it all depends on where you want to go. It's not just about building hotel rooms and, putting more money and, building more concrete, but it's about creating a meaningful tourist experience that is not only great for the tourists, but it should also be great for the host community. And I think, therefore, we need to also start looking at one important piece that Mr. Arvind Singh spoke about, is the destination level work. Because when you say come to India, it means everything, and yet it means nothing. Because India it can be Kerala, it can be Northeast, it can be J&K, it can be Rajasthan. They're all very different. It's very many worlds rolled into one. And similarly for destination development, when you say that I have a national approach on tourism and all of us will become responsible for tomorrow, that's not going to happen, because that work has to happen from the ground up at the destination level. People need to take responsibility. The industry needs to come together. The local authorities need to come together to see where they are and how is it that we can make this destination better. So I think from our governance perspective, typically today we have the Government of India and we have the states, but we do not have any administrative structure which meaningfully works at the destination level, except perhaps in Kerala, where we have these very strong responsible tourism initiatives which work at the destination level and which have consistently delivered over the past several years. So I think as we look to go forward, there are two things that are very vital for us. One is technology innovation, and the second is green sustainability. And I think both of these can be compared to a tree, because while technological innovations are like the leaves which sort of grow up and they're able to reach out to the sun and get photosynthesize the nutrients, it's equally important is sustainability, which is like the root system which needs to go deeper to keep the whole tree stable and to be able to get water and nutrients from the soil. So I think these two are not two different separate things, but these are part of the same system and they work in very important ways. And one of the things that we also spoke about was about smart destinations. And I think this is really the way that we need to plan, because Tour España has had an ambitious program. It has had mixed results called Smart Destinations. But the idea really is, how do we make destinations exceptional for the visitors as well as for the host community? And how do we ensure that we optimize the offering that every destination has. So essentially what this means is that we need to bring in the responsible tourism framework at the destination, which means that we need to be environmentally responsible, do not take away from nature more than what it can give us. We need to be socially responsible, which means that the interaction between the host community and the tourist must be respectful, must be, self-iterating, and they should be done in a framework of learning and understanding. And we should also have economic responsibility, which means that tourism is not something that is working out well for the tourist and for the hotelier, but it supports the entire community that lies around it by way of jobs, by way of showcasing their talent. It can be handicrafts, it can be cultural, programs that the local community can do. The important thing for us is to intertwine both of them so that we are able to create an experience that is truly exceptional, and the hosts feel that tourism is something that is necessary for their sustenance. Because several years ago, when I was Director Kerala Tourism in 20 years ago, we started working on responsible tourism. And the reason why we got onto it, and it was a very nascent idea then, the reason was that it was inevitable for Kerala to get on to responsible tourism, because we have a very communities which are very assertive, and when you take tourists so close into a host community, there are going to be tensions. And I think that challenge is going to be all across the country, and I think we need to start planning on that. Mr. Vinod Zutshi has spoken about having the green mission for India. I think we need to have something at the national level, but the work needs to be happening from the ground up to make this happen. The second part is on how do we make smart destinations by using technology. I think the most important thing that we need to do is to bring data and technology together so that it's able to give you insights in real time. For example, in Spain, they have a system by which they're able to look at the occupancy in the hotels in that destination. So if a couple of hotels are doing full up, and there are some of them are not doing so well, then there is a way by which the app suggests to others saying that these hotels are also available. The second thing they do is, if there are certain periods when there is something at the destination level, if they think that the hotel occupancy is a little bit low, they will then plan for having events to be able to push up the occupancy for those days. But all of that happens at the ground level, and the most important thing that a destination management organization should do is to take a look at simple things like garbage management. Is the destination clean? Is the visitor experience good? And what are the additional experiences we can create within the destination to ensure that the person who comes here stays longer, spends more, and enhances the level of his experience. So I think from a national perspective, we need to prioritize technology. Mr. Zutshi has already spoken about how artificial intelligence, big data are working together. Today, they say the tourists suffer from what is called the Google Maps syndrome. So if I'm traveling from India International Center back to my office, and if the Google Maps shows that it's 10 minutes slower, I'm going to change my route and go elsewhere. So similarly, when tourists make that destination, if there is any chatter which is not positive about that destination, people will find another destination to go to. It's very important to have our ear to big data to understand what people are saying about it, and we have now artificial intelligence tools which work so beautifully so that you do not have to go through reams of information, but it can be presented to you, what is going wrong, to have that nimbleness. The second is, how do we be prepared for this artificial intelligence in terms of, for those of you who use the Amazon app, few days ago they have come up with this Rufus, which is a feature as a part of Amazon. So what Rufus does is, if you want to buy, say, golf balls, you just need to say, I want a low spin, high trajectory golf balls. And then it searches the whole universe on Amazon, and then it tells you which are the ones which comes to you. So it saves effort. And one of the biggest use cases that ChatGPT used when they launched was building tourism itineraries. So I think it's very important for us to understand the power of artificial intelligence in driving tourists towards some destinations. And we need to create the ecosystem and to create the information for us to take full use of that. So Internet of Things is something that's, again, working very strongly at the destination level. We need to make it a part of our responsible tourism agenda. And I think we need to have a national perspective on responsible tourism, perhaps a green mission, and we need to allow the states to do it from the destination, ground up, by adapting it to the peculiar conditions that they may have. But the task ahead of all of us is significant, and it's not going to be easy. But the opportunity is huge, and where there is an opportunity, it's always good news. And I'm sure that all of us within the room will be able to make good sense of this opportunity. I'm very humbled to be a part of this panel. I've had 3 mentors who are sitting with me here, and their guidance has always been valuable. I would like to thank them for inviting me here, and I look forward to working with them and all of you to make tourism work for India. Thank you all, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, and also for sharing how technological innovations can promote the growth of tourism in India. And I would now request Lieutenant General K.M. Seth, President Past, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude, a memento to our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Suman Billa ji. Thank you once again, sir, for that very inspiring address we had from you and for sparing your valuable time and being here with us. Thank you, sir. I would now request Sri V.P. Agarwal ji, Vice President FAST, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude to Sri M.P. Bezbarwa ji. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for being here with us. We present to Sri Arvind Singh ji. We present to Srimati Jyoti Maya. Thank you, ma'am. We present to Sri Vinod Zutshi. We present to Lieutenant General K.M. Seth. And I would request Mr. Bezbarwa to kindly present to Mr. Agarwal before I invite him for the vote of thanks. And ladies and gentlemen, before Mr. Agarwal goes ahead with proposing the vote of thanks, we would like to acknowledge the august presence of Ambassador Dr. Parvinder Singh, who is a distinguished diplomat and peace advocate in the audience. And I would request Sri R.P. Sahiji, Secretary General FAST, to kindly welcome His Excellency with the floral bouquet. Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency, for kindly gracing this occasion. And ladies and gentlemen, we are also honored to have the august presence of Dr. Zahir Khan, who is a renowned social scientist and a national leader. Once again requesting Sri Sahiji to kindly welcome our distinguished guests with the floral bouquet. Thank you very much indeed. A warm welcome to both our distinguished guests. And now over to Mr. Agarwal for his vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I am asked to be very brief for the vote of thanks because of the time constraints. Let me first express my gratitude to Shri Suman Billa, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, for having agreed to be the chief guest. at the short notice and address the participants. Our thanks to Shri MP Bez Barua, Shri Vinod Joshi, Shri Arvind Singh, all former secretaries of tourism of Government of India, and Mrs. Jyoti Mayal, President Thai, and Vice President Faith for having agreed to be part of this event and address the participants. We profusely thank all of them. Our grateful thanks to President Faust and our Board of Trustees and other eminent dignitaries who, in spite of their busy schedule, have come and graced the occasion. We profusely thank the media and all participants for being part of this show. We further thank MT University, TMA, IIC Creative Art Studio, KS Advertising, and others agencies who worked behind the curtain to make this event a success. And I'll also bring out that whatever deliberation is going on here, we'll be compiling it and sending the recommendations to Ministry of Tourism at subsequent stage. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we close the proceedings of the inaugural session. I would request all our dignitaries to kindly come together for a group photograph, please. Can we request a group photograph, sir? Yeah, in the front would be better. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together to thank our honorable chief guest and all our distinguished dignitaries for their wonderful addresses in the inaugural session. With that, we conclude the proceedings of the inaugural session, and shortly we'll move ahead to the proceedings of our technical session. But before that, we have short 15 minutes tea-coffee break. Tea and coffee is served outside. We invite everybody to kindly join us for a cup of tea and coffee. And in 15 minutes from now, we will go ahead with the proceedings of our technical session 1, requesting everyone to be seated back in time. Thank you. And for the kind attention of our eminent speakers, in case you have your presentations, we would request you to kindly load or check your presentations with us before you proceed for tea. Thank you. Center for Knowledge and Development, warm welcome. Inviting Shri K. Sridhar from Visa to kindly join us on the stage, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome to Business Session 1 on digitalization, innovation, technology, the future drivers of tourism and India. Before we go ahead with the proceedings of the session, I have the privilege of introducing our eminent speakers, our panel on the stage. Of course, our chairperson for the session is Shri Arvind Singh Ji, former Secretary Tourism, Government of India. Shri Ashish Gupta, Consulting CEO of FAITH, the Federation of Association in Indian Tourism and Hospitality, the policy platform of the 10 National Tourism Associations of India, has over 25 years of experience and has handled governments and companies in visioning policy and business strategy. Our eminent speaker, Professor Dr. Manohar Sajnani, is Dean Faculty of Hospitality and Tourism and Director, Amity Institute of Travel, Tourism and Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida, India. He is a celebrated professional with more than 30 years teaching and industry experience, is a destination marketing and tourism management expert with specialization in information communication technologies in tourism and hospitality industry. He is a consultant, scholar, distinguished academician, and a thought leader in true sense who is known for his passion to bring practical orientation to academics in tourism and hospitality across different levels. We have with us Shri Tushar Pandey, who is presently an advisor with the IPE Global Center for Knowledge and Development, independent consultant and advisor, PPP and Social Equity, Prior to setting up his own consultancy, he worked as a senior president and country head of Public and Social Policies Management Group at Yes Bank Limited, and specializes in public-private partnerships, infrastructure, agribusiness, agri-infrastructure, and privatization, and in-depth domain knowledge of public-private partnership project development. And we also have with us Shri K. Sridhar, who has 24 plus years of work experience in digital financial services, having worked in multiple geographies in his career at GE, JP Morgan, Experian, and Geo prior to Visa. And Shri Sridhar's primary mandate is to facilitate the growth of cross-border card payments. So before we begin the proceedings of the session and I hand over to the chairperson, I would request Shri V.P. Agarwal, sir, to kindly welcome eminent speakers for the session with the floral bouquet, sir. So we welcome our speakers, Shri Ashish Gupta. Warm welcome. We welcome Professor Sajnani. Warm welcome to you, sir. We welcome Shri Tushar Pandey. And we welcome Shri K. Sridhar. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for doing the honors. And ladies and gentlemen, I now have the privilege in handing over to our distinguished chairperson, Shri Arvind Singh Ji, former Secretary Tourism, Government of India, for his opening remarks and to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the session. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Yeah. So, welcome back to everyone. We've had a very interesting inaugural session where you heard a range of speakers, and finally from the FAST and the other members on the dais, then finally we had Suman Billa summing it up all on behalf of the Government of India. And you know, the experience that he has had in the sector showed in the presentation that he made. So obviously one theme that was there was that there is a great potential for tourism in India. All of us are aware. There is a lot to be achieved. Tourism is growing. It is a major sector that is contributing to foreign exchange earnings, employment, and in many parts of the country where agriculture is not very prosperous, in many parts of the country where manufacturing cannot take that role, play the role of a major employment provider, definitely tourism has to play that role of providing large amount of population to the number of people who are available there and ready to work for and seeking employment. So its role is going to grow. Broadly, I hinted in the first session, and that is the goal, that when we were preparing, you know, the vision for till 2047, what will India be like when we achieve 100 years of our independence? One goal was that we should have the tourism economy growing to $1 trillion, the size of the economy. Industry said that 1 trillion is less, we should achieve 3 trillion. Another view was that we should look at least 17.2 million is the numbers of international arrivals who come. That figure should be 100 million. So these are the scales, and this is this. But obviously a business as usual approach is not going to get us there. If we have to reach there, obviously we have to innovate. We have to think out of the box. And one area where we are very strong in India, and we have been providing IR, IPR, and know-how to the rest of the world, is in digital technology. Our IT engineers, software developers have spanned the globe, and they are in all nooks and corners of the world, and including providing, you know, solutions to major companies and institutions across the world. And I'm sure we have seen the results of digitalization in tourism. And now we see online travel aggregators, online bookings by airlines. All airlines have very good apps. The facilities available there. The level of apps that have been developed by state tourism boards, their levels have also gone up. They're providing very tourism-friendly services. At local tourism destinations also, you find some very good apps and other digital devices which are available. So the entire experience of the tourist, right from pre-visit, where he's planning the visit, to the visit and post-visit, the entire thing, it can be done now digitally, and it can be a digital journey. This is just the beginning, and there are many areas where innovations can happen. So we have a very distinguished panel here. They will tell you about the ways and means of, where we are, the state of play in digital technology, and what are the future options. And if we have to leapfrog India tourism to the next level, if we have to think of achieving the ambitious goals that we are thinking of in the future, in the next 25 years, then obviously we have to adopt digitalization, innovation, and technology in a very significant way. So without much ado, I'll now invite Ashish, who's the consulting CEO of Faith, to present his views. So what I'll do is I'll let the speakers share their thoughts. Some have presentations. They'll share their thoughts and views for about 5 to 10 minutes with you all. Then we can have a round of questions from me on the stage and then from the audience. Wherever. I would suggest you go there.
Namaste everyone. Thank you, Mrs. Singh. When you asked me to stand there, it reminded me of my classes where teachers used to ask me to go out and stand. So
no, I only said because you'll be more visible to the
I know.
audience.
Well, I was outstanding many times. So it's a very critical topic, and my congratulations to FAST for the phenomenal thought. I think it's what they say: if you don't ask the right question, then the right answers won't come. So the question that you are asking is the criticality of technology. And I think this morning in the inauguration, thank you, Mr. Ruchi, for inviting. Mr. Singh, this morning in the inauguration, we heard the whole context of tourism. So, and it would not be correct to go into it after having listened to something so elaborate. So, over the next 2-3 minutes, I just want to share some thoughts on the criticality of digitization, and we have phenomenal speakers here. I just want to bring in a slightly different macro level perspective, since Faith is the national platform of all associations. I think first key aspect that we need to keep in mind is the fact of internet penetration. It's assumed that almost 80 crore Indians or 55% have internet penetration. They use internet. It's not the amount of devices that we have, but the people who actually use internet. So I think that's the first key aspect of digitization, because these are the people that we'll be working with. All of us, there's so many of us sitting here who are using internet, but more importantly, when we talk about digitization, the internet usage is the first step. The second most important step is the number of people who transact on the internet. And it's said that around 30% of Indians who have smart devices transact. So I think there's this number of 23 to 25 crores of people who actually transact on the internet every day, booking a cab, booking tickets. So that's the second key number that we need to keep in mind. So as the Indian government, the central and state governments keep on improving the digital backbone of the country, more and more people have access to mobile smart devices, more and more use internet, and more transact on the internet. That automatically sets the phase for a digital revolution. Two more aspects, two more numbers to keep this in mind. There are in this hall itself, there are probably 2 or 3 generations sitting here. Generation 1, which was never in digital. Generation 2, which is midway between digital and physical. And Generation 3, which is born digital. So I think the next aspect of what the policymakers have to do is keeping in mind, how do this next generation, which is now becoming decision makers, how will they transact with each other, with tourism service providers, with the government, and with visitors? A very interesting number I saw was that there are almost 9 crore households which are coming up in the next 5 years, where the head of the household is a millennial. 9 crore households where the head of the household in the next 5 years is a millennial. So imagine the number of households who are born digital, where the head of the household is a millennial. So the final aspect is, I think, I believe that the digital travel economy is supposed to be around $12 billion. I don't know the current size of the Indian total, not the tourism economy, which is, as Mr. Singh had rightly mentioned, around $150 billion is the economy, but the revenue size, I think, is around $60 billion. So somewhere the digitization percentage of penetration is around 20-25%. So having said that, these are the quick numbers to put in perspective, which I'm sure some of our speakers here will elaborate on. I believe there are 4 or 5 key things which happened in our country. In travel and tourism, and some of those have been made possible by phenomenal gentlemen sitting here, 3 tourism secretaries. One of them, the first one, was the e-visa on arrival. I think that started a phenomenal digital journey of India into the world. If we made us, and today I think it's almost 165 or 170 countries, the fact that we made ourselves available on ETA, Electronic Travel Authorization, was the first major step that India as a country took to make itself accessible to the world. That is a phenomenal journey. We are building on it. It was for leisure, then it went on to conferences, medical, and it's expanding day by day. It's expanding by airports, it's expanding by ports, it's expanding by number of destinations. I think that's the first major aspect, and the more that it happens, the more number of international airports. We know the number of airports are going up to 400. I would assume number of international airports would be a certain fair percentage of that. More e-visa, that is the first key step. The second step is what we all use every day, is the UPI, be it a Paytm or be it a PhonePe. The fact that these, and we are eating in a restaurant, we are booking our ticket somewhere, we are paying a hotel. A lot of us are now using the UPI, and even for our bank-to-bank transfers to a vendor. So the development around that, and we saw our Prime Minister hosting the French president in Jaipur over chai, and now we see, I believe, the UPI can be used at Eiffel Tower. I think that's the second major milestone, phenomenal explosion of travel digitization which has happened in our country. I'm not even carrying money. I'm sure a lot of us are not carrying money or purses. There's so many mobile power banks and all we are carrying, but we're not carrying purses because we know we can pay digital. And I think that's the second key aspect of digitization. The third key aspect is Digi Yatra. And I think one of the architects of the Digi Yatra at the airports is sitting right here on our panel, Mrs. Singh. I think Digi Yatra, today if you walk, I was reading the LinkedIn post yesterday of the tourism or the aviation minister, and he said 2 seconds on to the entrance, 5 seconds to the check-in, and so on. It's phenomenal. I mean, you take a Digi Yatra lane, you have no lines. And I think that's, and I remember during 2014-15 when the discussion started, and at that point in time when you were discussing as Faith along with MOT and Ministry of Civil Aviation on the Digi Yatra, we couldn't even visualize what it will turn out to be. Today when you use it, I think that's a very big key. So these are 3 governmental initiatives, and of course then there's DigiLocker. Today if you walk through an airport, you don't have show your DigiLocker ID and you can go through so fast. I think these are 4 key governmental level. I'm sure there are so many. The whole national payments backbone which has been created, the national UIDAI. I think these are 4 major travel government-driven initiatives which have set the backbone for travel, inbound, domestic, and people to people, government to people, which have 4 e-technologies. Now, obviously, then we come to the B2B and B2C. We all know there are so the OTAs which are B2C, then the B2B like TBO, etc., who are, I'm sure many of you have heard, who do provide B2B technologies. Then there are those who provide B2TMC to corporate, which is travel management companies who work with corporates. So the whole concept, and then finally, today we book an Uber or a Blue Cab, which are digital, which are again B2C digital technologies. So You have the government level framework, which are the four key backbones that we just discussed, and then you have the private level framework. And as Mrs. Singh had pointed out, and Mr. Bezbur had pointed out, Mrs. Ruchi had pointed out in the morning, government can only go that much. It's the private which will take it forward to the next step. So these are at the government level and the private level. But is this where we are, or there's a lot more scope? So I feel, and Mr. Singh, there are 7 or 8 suggestions I would like to give, and as Mr. Agarwal was pointing in the morning, that your suggestions will go to the government, and I think someone was mentioning that he will take forward all these suggestions. So I think the first key thing is, can we enable UPI for payment by international tourists coming into India? And I know there's been talk in Ministry of Tourism. Imagine foreign tourists who can freely use UPI, like the way we use UPI internationally. Imagine them using UPI in India. That will unlock the power of so many vendors in the country who can directly sell to a foreign tourist. The second key aspect, and this, Mr. Singh, Mr. Agarwal, is very critical, is ease of doing business. And we are blessed with all the tourism secretaries who have managed multiple states, we know. And as someone was rightly saying in the morning, the additional secretary was rightly saying in the morning, tourism happens in the states. Now, what does that mean? He showed the business plan that irrespective of all our vision, it will not happen if our capacity does not go forward. And the biggest constraint to that is the ease of doing business. If our hotels have multiple licenses across multiple states, that can be eased through a digital framework. If you have a unique digital ID or digital permissions framework, hotels, etc., will not have to reapply multiple times. So that discussion is already happening. Before Mr. Singh retired, under his leadership, we have had multiple discussions with the Ministry of Commerce. They are working on it, but we believe that digitization of the permissions framework. So when we say single window clearance, you should really have a single e-window clearance where on your phone you can do multiple level clearances like the way we do for a DigiLocker. Everything is available. The third key aspect is, and as Mrs. Singh rightly mentioned, many states have apps. We should look at a national inventory of experiences. Imagine at a single place, India is a land of 1 trillion experiences. And today we are no longer a hotel company or an airline company or a bus company. We're a company of experiences. Everybody is redefining themselves that come to experience. So we should have a national inventory of millions of experiences on a single place. And Ministry of the Incredible India platform is being ready, the prototype is ready. And they are already listing what you can do in each state, but that should become a national single place for experiences. And 2 more aspects, there are multiple things to be considered, is a carrying capacity. I think as someone was rightly mentioning in the morning, the fact that in Spain, for example, and I'm not sure how is that working because there's so much of over-tourism there, but imagine each destination. If you want to go to a destination in the morning or tomorrow, you get to know immediately whether a destination can be gone to. And that can be digitally enabled because if all the hotels are booked, if the streets are not available, if the streets are going to be chock-a-block, then the destination itself flashes a warning. This is a no-visit destination. Imagine that we all plan for a Shimla or a Mussoorie or a Nainital or Mount Abu. We know that out of 5 days the destination is going to be chock-a-block. Automatically, we will plan for a new destination. That itself will spur a new revolution. The aspect of sustainability. I think today, because of, as Mr. Singh rightly mentioned, we are the torch bearers of digitization in the world, and it's acknowledged everywhere in the world. The topmost CEOs of digital companies are Indians, right here, like our brothers and sisters. We should have that panel where it shows the amount of electricity consumed, amount of power, food wasted, amount of water wasted or saved, amount of garbage managed, all of that at a digital framework where for municipalities, for states, for destination, for private service providers, where it's name and shame or name and fame. And automatically everybody will, I think, align to it. One word of caution is I understand, as I was listening to a news report yesterday, that out of, say, 5,000 digital attacks which happen every day, India has 50% of them. which means because we are becoming more prominent, and that number, I'm sure that number is different, that's just a number I saw. There are more and more digital attacks happening on government sites, on private sites, on all of us. So, and the cyber security gap of skilled manpower is around 40,000. So one key request that when you take forward that our cyber security teams should be ramped up, the skills should be ramped up, and more so focus around tourism as well, because if you have to reach a 2047 number, and I'm very happy Mr. Singh mentioned $3 trillion target, we very audaciously had proposed it. If we have to reach a $3 trillion economy, we need to take our digitization penetration from 20-25% today to 50-60%. We have millennials having digital businesses in their hands. All of this can only happen if we are all safe and secure digitally. Thank you. You've been a lovely audience. Namaste. Jai Hind. Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Ashish, for laying down the the wish list, so to say, that we can have this, and igniting that thought process in all of us. We'll come to some of these issues when we come to the questions. I'd like to now invite Dr. Manohar Sajnani from Amity University, who has a great deal of experience in this area of work.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just set the presentation on. Asking an academician to speak for 5-10 minutes, maybe a little injustice, sir, Mr. Chair, because when you come prepared to share experience,
you can
knowledge,
take the maximum limit of 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir. But then I'll quickly, browse through some of the presentation slides, which I know you know, so that, and which have been covered in the morning. I think in the morning session was so illuminating, so enlightening that I was wondering, all that I planned in my presentation is already covered. So, I was thinking what to speak, but thanks, Mr. Chair, for setting the tone. Now, I would be quickly touching upon 3 aspects during my brief presentation, and this presentation will remain fast, can be shared with all the, delegates present for this seminar. Growth. We have been talking about growth. Even Ashish spoke about 1.5 to 3 trillion economy, when, how, growth. Now, this growth is on 2 aspects. One, the one who are going to receive it, and the other who are going to play a key role in this growth. That means growth in terms of economy, in terms of social aspects, in terms of environmental aspects. I have to think as a researcher on all aspects, which I'll do during my presentation. Enthusiasm. How reciprocative, how responsive I am when I am doing this. As an individual, good. States can play their role. But yes, states have to be enthusiastic to give, to accept, to take. And to what extent I want to pay back to the industry. So far the experience is that industry receives the revenue, but it is not paid back. But to what extent I am going to pay back. That's why public-private partnership model, how much, in the morning, Additional Secretary mentioned about Kerala. Kerala is primarily on public-private partnership model. Discovery. So what we end up with discovery. Where we land, sir, I'll predict the future. In my last slide, I'll give you the future. Digital tourism, wonderful. Tourism experience is nothing but what kind of experience I am going to deliver to you. That's very important. This is a basic statistics. Since morning we have been talking about. 1990, journey started. 2000, many apps started. We also caught up same time, but our pace was a little slow. We Indians are always late starters, but we are great achievers. So this young generation, you are in the age of Gen G. Ashish mentioned about that, Gen G. So you will have the hold of this. We probably are in generation X. So you are in generation G. Great. So now we have all this AI, machine learning, big data, machine learning, generative AI, will come to that. globally, travel tourism has, emerged. It has recovered post-COVID, but we are again slow. We are again slow in our recovery for some reasons, known, unknown. We all know that. But there are some regions who have recovered very fast. Even if I talk about West Asia, these countries have recovered, they have outpaced their pre-COVID phase, 20%. In some other parts, Europe, Africa, and Americas have recovered to about 90%. We are in the range of 70 to 80%. Why? India has ranked 39th, dropped 10 points as compared to 2019 in our competitive index. What actually makes the difference? There lies the, I think somebody spoke about that destination management organization's role. As a researcher, we may say that one destination is more competitive in its natural and cultural resources, other may be good at creative resources, but both may be less competitive in the management of destination. There lies the difference. That makes you different from, that makes the different X and Y. Therefore, destination competitive advantage is not by accident. It is planned. It is planned. So here I would like to quote Stephen D. Pike. He's a great marketeer, sociologist. He says the battle gaining competitive advantage is no longer a battle of products and services, well relevant for tourism, but a battle of tourist perceptions. Therefore, it is a battle that takes place inside the tourist mind. That's the difference that I can make through digital technology. Experience that I bring in the mind of the tourist, that brings the difference. Digital tourism is not only simpler bookings, what we say, I book a ticket, I pay. That's end. No. It is not the end of the application of digital technology. It starts from pre-planned tour, pre-planned stage to post-plan. Today, I'll come through quickly. It represents a new approach to the kind of experience that professionals in the sector can offer to the tourists. Digital transformation, that's the growth. Digital transformation is a stage. Transformation is important for any sector, for any industry. We may have digitized our data, we may have digitized our resource, but transformation is very important. Translation is very important. Has not only changed the tourism business, not in India yet. Sir, somebody mentioned in the morning about National Digital Tourism Mission. I think we have got 3 secretaries sitting here, but what is the status of our National Digital Tourism Mission? It has got beautiful framework about directories, repositories, resource, and then an interface. This unified interface can play a dynamic role in the growth of tourism in a digital manner. But God knows where is that. But there are countries smaller than us reaping benefits of tourism by using that interface. Believe you me, sir, many countries have copied our model. 2022, when we came out with that framework in March 2022, I remember when it came out, many countries copied our model and they have moved ahead, but we are still the same point. Wonderful. The use and influence of social media. Social media is the backbone today for our tourism marketing. If I'm not present on social media, my existence is challenged by one and all. If I'm not hitting social media every half an hour, probably my students may be, taking my pictures, their pictures and putting it on social media. Our director is addressing at seminar of FAST. That quick is the response of social media. And how many responses I get on social media makes a difference. The integration of new technologies, we have been talking about IoT, machine learning, big data, AI, so on and so forth. Emerging technologies, that is more important for a sector like tourism, which can generate maximum employments by investing minimum amount of money. And at many levels of skills. Probably I cannot recall as a researcher, as an academician, any industry which can generate employment for all levels unskilled to specialist. I can remember a doorman opening the door in a hotel, needs no skills, to a chef who is a specialist. So that's the industry we're talking about. Tourism is a digital era today. People and business connect. Ashish presented data. We have representative from Visa. You know, today when I look at digital transactions, commissions report, every 3 months they come out with their report. How many billions of transactions happening digitally? Rightly said, nobody carrying wallet today. We are digitally connected. Wonderful. So we are connected. People and business connect, exchange information. The exchange of information today is so important. Not only information, but even businesses are exchanged digitally. Virtual tours. Now I can show you, I can project my property, I can take you on a virtual tour by sitting here. I'll take you through. My last slide will take you through. Execute transactions. So quick, so safe. If I don't get a OTP on my phone, I don't pay. It's so safe. The results of successive advances in telecommunications, 5G, 6G, we are ahead of China for 6G. 900 million internet users today, only 900 million. And see the rate of revolution. Tomorrow, if we have got more internet users in the country, we will have better digital impact. Computers, databases, networks, internet, mobile and wireless technology, global positioning systems. Today, when I have to track, the footprints of tiger in our national sanctuary, national, park, what do? Digitally, we track it. And I know where I can find tiger on a particular day. Wonderful. Smartphones, everybody talk about smartphones. Smartphones is very important. That keeps us connected. ICT, in the morning, Justice sir has mentioned about ICT. Justice sir covered everything. Wonderful. Digital tourism has a significant economic importance since the internet and digital, I will not cover this. From searching to purchasing cycle. 3 stages, from searching to purchasing, from writing reviews to publishing them. Reviews. Today I don't travel without referring to review about a hotel, review about an agent, review about the airline. Oh, somebody wrote on the Air India's flight, Chicago-Delhi, CEO of a company from US. Immediately, Mr. Campbell reacted and he said, I refund the money. Now tell me, if this media, if the digital is not there, would Mr. David Campbell come to know about this? No, he will not. But he immediately promised to reimburse the entire business class fare to the CEO. Wonderful. Various levels. I'm an academician, so I prepared it for the young minds, how they can pick up ideas. Therefore, we must not make the mistake of believing that the digital component play a role only in booking and payment of a trip. No, it is not. Digital transformation manifests itself along all phases of journey, following the path the tourist takes all through, right from the moment he conceives the idea. Oh, the moment that young child says, today my ma'am asked me that we should go on a holiday. Papa, Mama, where are we going for a holiday? That clicks in the mind of parents. We have to take our children. That's the time when we think about digital. I'll quickly rush through these slides because time is a constraint. I'll skip those slides. It offers better, today we are in the age of meta search engines. Meta search engines, they provide you quick comparative data, which is better and why, and at no cost. At no cost, because cost is paid by OTA. When they pay per click they pay. Better travel search engines, dynamic price engines, dynamic price. I book economy, premium economy, business, first class, dynamic pricing in the same category. Wonderful. Mobile applications are increasing every day. IoT-based devices, for example, by hotels for voice control of air conditioning. Sensors are being used today. Sensors are primarily responsible for bringing green businesses, green technology, green investments. That's the role of IoT. Principle every meta search. This you must remember, Generation G, because this is the age when you are going to take the lead. Meta search engines is very important. Get expertise on this, how to handle this. This is very important. Your companies may ask you to work on this. Some of the leading meta search engines which are leading today, of course, the most recent report which came up in August says Booking.com is number 1. TripAdvisor has gone down to number 2. Earlier, TripAdvisor was number 1, but now it has come down to number 2. Momento, I mean, you can see, you won't find any one of them from India. Can we have from India? We will have. The prediction says in 2027, 2 of the leading will be from India. Same report says. Sir, 2 more minutes. Huh? I'll skip this, I'll skip this, I'll skip this. Much has been spoken about it. Future of travel. Now I'll take you through a journey. It will give you the substance of. So what could travel look like 10 years from now based on, this may prepone to 7 years. Now based on some of the digital transformation in the tourism sector, let's imagine it from the traveler's perspective. I am the traveler. As I arrive at the airport, facial recognition technology, beacon technology, recognition, facial recognition technology, it scans my face, instantly checking me in and printing my bag tags, that Digi Yatra. My smart suitcase rolls automatically behind me. And as I breeze through security with no need to show documents, Digi Yatra. Everything is streamlined. Once at the gate, I am delivered a refreshing pre-flight cocktail curated just for me. AI, human thinking, based on my flavor preferences and past orders. As I sip a virtual reality headset to preview my upcoming hotel stay. I can well visualize everything. I virtually tour the property, view my customized rooms, and preview planned excursions around the area. After a quick electric tram ride to the plane, I settle into my ergonomic seat, which is well designed as per my back position. What is the comfort level for my back? That's the customization. Personalized, somebody in the morning mentioned, super hyper personalized service. Great. Equipped with biometric sensors that monitor preferences like temperature and lumbar support. L1, L2, L3, L4, L5. Lumbar support. Great. The in-flight meal that follows is delicious and tailored to my dietary needs. Everything is personalized. Great. Upon arrival, my smart luggage has already been transported to the hotel. A robotic bellhop meets and escorts me to my room. It requires no front desk check-in or wait. Over the next few days, an AI concierge provides suggestions for activities and restaurants based on my profile, booking everything through a unified travel app. Moving between destinations is simple with integrated mobility platforms and silent electric vehicles, green businesses, green environment. The trip feels incredibly streamlined, personalized, sustainable, relaxing, and memorable. I finally take a vacation where I don't return feeling like I need a few more days to unwind. Thank you.
Thank you,
This
Professor.
is the last slide. I'll skip that.
I know we have been unjust to you, but we'll try and make up in the questions so that you are able
Thank you,
to
sir.
share some of your thoughts to you. But we have to, try and find time for the other speakers also. And we will give you time during the questions.
Thank you, sir.
Now I'll invite Mr. Sridhar from Visa to share his presentation with us.
नहीं मैं कर रहा हूँ Hello. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Sridhar. I am from Visa, the payments network that's present globally. I'm really glad to be here, and thank you, Dr. Zutshi and FAST for the invitation to be speaking today with an esteemed panel led by Arvind sir. I want to quickly walk through. We heard this morning about several things on what could be some of the key drivers for tourism and growing tourism in India. I want to speak of some of the hows and specifically what, as Zutshi sir suggested, what is Visa doing in this space? At the end of which I would love to obviously engage with the audience in terms of any collaborations, etc., that we can drive further. So without much ado, I don't know if you can see my screen.
Take it to slideshow.
Yeah, I'm trying that. Okay, awesome. So globally, tourism has been growing, and post-COVID, we hear from a lot of people that after whatever happened, the various tragedies, etc., that happened during the pandemic, there's in general been a values reset among people. People want to go out, experience. It's no longer about accumulating goods, but about accumulating experiences. And I think the world has pivoted, and we see that as Visa. Incidentally, Visa has almost 4.2 billion credentials, like cards, in the pockets of customers globally. We operate in more than 200 plus countries. And every payment transaction, they say the payment is the ultimate source of truth, because you might desire a lot of things, but ultimately you end up spending only for a few. And while typically when you speak to a customer, you are asking them, what do you want to do? Will you spend? Will you do this? Will you do that? And they might say yes and no to some of those. But the ultimate reality is, ultimately, do they swipe that card or do they make that payment? So we see a lot of significant growth happening in tourism worldwide. The transaction numbers are not growing as fast, but people are willing clearly to loosen their pockets and spend a lot more. So we've done the study with Euromonitor, and I just want to quickly call out some slides here. India is expected to have among the fastest growth, and though this is outbound tourism. So we did this survey across all of Asia, and we were totally surprised when just after the pandemic, Indians were number one across all of Asia in saying that they want to travel. And many of them did want to travel abroad. And I think Billa sir mentioned this morning. How do you track that? How do you even get some of those folks to stay back and spend in India? But clearly what is here to stay is Indians are now really big travelers and have also started becoming big spenders abroad. So the fast-growing travel categories, as per our study, also showed that interrail transport, and this is one area where I think we should be doing a lot more on, is enabling international transport, in international payments on rail. I think we already have some phenomenal train packages, the Deccan Odyssey, the Palace on Wheels, etc. And we've got now amazing infrastructure with world-class infrastructure with Vande Bharat trains. I think if we can facilitate and get more people to start using this, because globally, Europe, US, etc., international tourists love to, move from point A to point B in a very reliable and a comfortable space. Guided tours are second, museums and cultural sites, and we have no shortage of these, national parks and attractions, etc. Experiences, and of course, luxury hotels and food and dining, those are a given. That's something that, travelers seem to crave for. So when you look at India, and specifically how do we grow inbound tourism via key drivers of tourism growth, these are the key parameters. Obviously, you need to have demand. And for demand, you need awareness, you need storytelling, and you need to cater to different needs, because different folks from different countries have different needs. Some prefer the beach, some prefer shopping, some prefer food. You need to have the right product, which is attractions, immersive experiences. Obviously, as Sir again mentioned this morning, the additional secretary, you need to have hotel capacity. You need to have capacity to provide context, and this whole concept around guided tours, food and dining, because that's something that, people do look forward to when they travel, and wellness and medical. And this is very interesting. I was just talking to a NRI recently returned couple after 19 years in the US. And what they said really amazed me. They said, oh, my husband had a fracture and we got to meet an orthopedician the next day. Can you imagine? I'm like, yeah, so? They said, well, in the US, you might have to wait 3 to 4 months to get that appointment. And this is Indians, right? These are folks who have stayed here, who've lived abroad 19 years. Now, imagine if every American knew this story. There was this girl, I think she's a social media influencer. She posted a very similar thing. Her boyfriend had an incident and they were able to meet a specialist doctor. And she said it's unheard of. Right? So many things that we take for granted here is unheard of even in places like the West. So how do we, there's huge opportunity to grow. Of course, Ayush is there, but also in terms of our vast and superior medical capabilities. Access, Ashish spoke of e-visas. I think that's a great growth phenomenon. And we've seen this, again, with Indians traveling abroad, when you can simplify the visa process and when you can simplify connectivity, we love to travel. For example, we saw Vietnam grew 600%. I mean, 600%. Japan's growing. I mean, Indians are traveling all over the world, but there are some places where the moment there's an e-visa, there's a certainty of getting that visa. And we are very last-minute planners, and that's one more thing our surveys tell us. Compared to the rest of the world, we're very last-minute planners, but we like zero friction. And I think it's important not only for the world to do that, so Indians travel more, but for us to also do that so we can bring more international tourists. Travel safety, I think Jyoti ma'am spoke about it this morning. Intercity and intracity transit, and I will touch upon that in a bit. And of course, some of the other enablers, digitization. I think the panel spoke about how we are really ahead of the world on some of this. Hassle-free payments, and this is an area that Visa is very committed to simplifying. Travel insurance, digital connectivity, in which we've really grown leaps and bounds, and ultimately sustainability. So I'm just going to touch upon some of these areas in blue. That's hyper-personalization, on demand, on product, and I'll get straight to that in the interest of time. So we looked at, in our surveys, what are the traveler motivations for folks visiting India? Clearly, local cultural experiences and, someone talking about how they were able to make a pot, right? These are stories. These are stories they can carry back home. This is how they immerse themselves in some of this. And we have a wealth of these, right? How do you kind of engage the international traveler there? There are leisure pursuits, and there's a lot of escape and relax, which if you go to Goa or you go to Shimla, you'll see a lot of those. So these are some of the key traveler motivations. I'm sure there are more, but these are the 3 big ones that we've picked. What do is we typically work with tourism boards globally, and we're now also working with the tourism board in India to help create the analytics and insight for marketing and communication strategies. We're also talking to various state tourism boards. Essentially, everyone wants to understand what are the behaviors and preferences of visitors and tourists coming from different parts of the world. So there's visitor profiling, there's merchant preferences, there's card payment, and there's obviously some amount of benchmarking. So for example, a state with a lot of beaches might say, hey, there are 4 global beach destinations. Why is it that I'm unable to tap a traveler wanting to go to a beach? What are the other beach destinations doing? How do I compare which countries, what demographies are going there, and how do I therefore market myself? And I think this conversation is really amplified with the use of the right set of data. Like I said, and this some study we did for one of the geographies worldwide. Clearly, if you look at India, we do a lot of spend on retail, India and China. But there are folks like, from France, tourists, who do not spend as much on retail and shopping, but for them, food and dining is really big. And that kind of shows. So you cannot just portray one experience, one message, doesn't work. This is the age of, as Sir pointed out, hyper-personalization. So you've got to get the right set of messaging to the right set of folks. We are doing a bunch of stuff on driving demand on digital marketing. We partnered with TripAdvisor on a campaign recently. And we said, look, how do you take India to the world? And part of my remit is to grow cross-border payments. And for that, I'm directly aligned with everything the tourism ministry is trying to do to drive inbound tourism. So on this campaign, we had 4+ million impressions, all from US, Canada, UK, and Australia. We had a 6% click-through, which is among the highest in the industry. Clearly, we are able to engage the customer with these stories, right? And very recently, as we strengthen our product, I spoke of guided tours. Mr. Billa spoke about framing the context. It's important. No world site allows you to walk in and see a place without setting the context. It's important for the person to feel immersed in what they are going to be doing. And I think in this area, we are committed to doing this. So we've recently signed an MOU with the THSC, the Tourism and Hospitality Skill Council, to skill 20,000 Indian youth on digital savvy, on tourism relevant skills and guided tours. And sir, your story as a dignitary, I think that's something that I'm going to take away personally back to the team. Enhancing digital discovery, right? I spoke of food and dining. And this is something that we're launching very soon. We've done some interesting hotel and restaurant curations across India. We want to tell international tourists that, look, you come here, we'll take care of everything, right? We have the best restaurants in the world. You go to Bombay, you go to Delhi, wherever you are, right? The experiences are literally world class. You do have Michelin star chefs. You have our own, street food, which is absolutely delectable. And we see the mobile as a platform for engagement. So this is something that we'll be launching very soon. One of the areas on easy access we want to speak and serve from a policy standpoint. I think digital first approach to transit is very important. Right now, when a traveler comes in, you can't, and as much as we love UPI and use it, you cannot expect them to have it, right? Because UPI requires certain KYC, it requires account mapping, etc. So you need to tap into what the customer has, whether it's a wallet or a card or a digital credential. And worldwide, cities, for example, you go to UK, there's often an anxiety that, am I getting off at the right stop? Especially if you go to Singapore or Hong Kong, more so, right? Because sometimes the language could be a constraint. There's a bit of anxiety, am I paying the right amount, et cetera, carrying the right set of change. You just need to be able to tap the card you have in your pocket to go through, and as you tap the card out, it deducts the fare. You don't need to do anything. And I think transit globally, for example, London, and there's several such stories where people have said that tourism has grown in these cities with the introduction of digital transit solutions on cards. And this is what we call open loop payments. There's a graphic, but it was very heavy, so I just kind of used the image. So these are the various cities globally where Visas enabled transit on Visa card. So if you're just carrying your Visa card, which has that Wi-Fi logo, which is horizontal, which says it's contactless, you'll be able to just tap in and tap out of any of these subway or metro gates globally. This is very light background, but essentially what I'm trying to say here, there's a big message. Internationally, everyone's now used to tap to pay, and you would not believe it. In India, tap to pay is probably about 20%, where people tap their cards on the POS terminal. But as the Indian travels abroad, that number becomes 50%, which means everyone is doing in Rome as Romans do. You're going and standing in a Starbucks, everyone's tapping, and you're not going to fish your card out. You also start tapping. It's a real cool thing to do, right? And interestingly, if you look at, these are the top 10 countries where tourists come to India. You wouldn't believe country number 3, let's say UAE, right? 38% is card tap, 61% is mobile tap. So I do this, I have a lot of fun. I used to, now every merchant knows it. I would just go and tap my phone because my card is provisioned on my phone. I don't need to do anything. It's extremely safe. All I need to do is unlock my phone and tap it, and it charges my card, right? And Apple Pay is going to come to India soon, but this is there on Google, this is there on Samsung, all Android devices have this. That's the kind of penetration that you're seeing globally. US, of course, 33% and 15%, which is our number one inbound country. But a country like Singapore, Australia, right? 51 plus 48 is 99% are tapping. And suddenly they come to the country and you're asking them to do different things, asking them to give cash because they don't have Forex. Very, very non-seamless experience. And I think we have the capabilities. Ashish, you mentioned UPI. We recognize that UPI is widespread. But at the same time, we know that the international customer doesn't have UPI, right? So we're working on a low-cost POS, and we've rolled out like some, a few thousand-odd machines, and this number is only going to grow in partnership with Paytm and Pine Labs, etc., where the same QR code reader for UPI that announces you've paid 25 rupees or whatever also has the ability to take tap. And suddenly, you know, the same devices, the very small merchants you want international tourists to be shopping at, the street food counters, etc., will suddenly all be enabled for tap. And this an area we want to certainly grow on, given the profile of customers. So, in summary, and these are areas we're constantly working, you know, with merchant partners. We want to, and this you'll see if you at the international airport, if you've come through recently at Delhi and some of the other airports, we're starting to tell tourists, you know, Visa is a very recognized brand, and we are fortunate in that sense. We are probably the second or the third most recognized brand globally. For people to see that brand, there is a sense of, oh, okay, I'm in a place where, you know, not much has changed from my country to here. I can pay easily. And this is the messaging we want to keep telling people, that you can pay. And obviously, we want to tie it in with Incredible India visuals. And we've got a set of merchant partners who've come forward and have put some very interesting offers for our international customers. This is a pilot, but we want to kind of keep growing on this as we take this further. So these are a few things that we're doing on digitization and innovation, and would love to have a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sridhar. Thank you. You're taking us through your digital journey and Visa. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Tushar Pandey from IP Global to share his thoughts on digitization and innovation.
Can somebody help me where this was downloaded?
Presentation wants to load.
Okay.
When is Apple Pay expected?
So I believe it's a conversation. I know for users of Apple Pay.
I know.
I found it, but it's not coming on the screen.
A lot of my payments already going through Apple Pay.
No.
International payments.
But it's not allowed in India.
It's not in India yet.
हाँ उनका भी चाहिए
So I'll give
कोई
each
बात
one of them
नहीं,
for
नहीं
2 minutes and then questions from the audience.
Okay. Could you?
Oh, you have to do function F4.
And this is where technology, you know.
Yeah, I got it. It's come at. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I know. So I think we've been able to surmount the challenge.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Before I start, I must thank especially Miglani ji and all the office bearers of FAST for having invited me after a few years. It was seemingly a last minute call, and probably Mr. Miglani remembered my name. But the good part is that I'm very happy to be connected to so many of you, and many of the things which were said today, some of it we really handled down the ground about a decade ago, and probably the time has come to revisit some of them. I'll touch upon them a little bit, but before that, a little bit of a correction in my designation. I very briefly worked for IP Global. I no more work, so just stands corrected. I am an accommodation for the last 2 years, so heavily getting reconnected to Professor Sanjanani today as an accommodation plays very important. I teach agribusiness management at Imperial School of Agribusiness in Greater Noida. And I'm setting up a center for excellence in public-private partnerships in agriculture, and one of the theme remains agri-tourism. And I'll touch upon it because it has got a context on what was said today. Before that, it's just a quick start on, recap, little bit of a repetition, but I won't be speaking much because many of the experts here have already spoken about it. So I just try to summarize some of the aspects of the today's topic. So we are talking of artificial intelligence and machine learning. We are talking of virtual reality and augmented reality, Internet of Things, blockchain, mobile apps, cloud computing, data analytics, geolocation technology, chat boxes, cybersecurity. Little bit of a caution, it's also a way to look at it. I look at agriculture, I look at tourism. Both sectors, digital technology everywhere is there, but finally it is what? It is a physical experience. And therefore, if we falter there, We try to channelize it, and that's where the problem starts to happen. In agriculture, it is a physical delivery of goods. No matter what you say about, finally you are getting the physical goods delivered. So I think that caution has to be met, and if you are able to manage it beautifully, then certainly we'll be going forward very, very nicely. We have talked of some of the innovations. We talked of online booking platforms, payments, e-visas, visas on arrival, social media, innovations, travel apps, AI-powered travel assistance, personalized travel recommendations, sustainable tourism, ecotourism, responsible tourism, and we talk of innovative accommodations like glamping and homestays. Many years ago, and this trend has picked up, I am a very avid auto enthusiast, I drive a lot. So the company has wounded down of India, but I used to own a Mitsubishi vehicle. So we took a drive of some enthusiasts down to a place where a cooperative destination management organization was set up in the state of Uttarakhand. It was the last road to the Pindari Glacier, and everybody went there, camped there, and we were hosted by this rural homestay, you can call it. And the idea was that how can this be channelized? You do see a lot of this happening in a segregated way, but these are individual kind of an efforts. Now you find bigger automobile companies trying to promote and take it over there. So I'll come upon the CDMO aspects a little bit later, but I think that is setting off. Again, I'm talking of the word of caution. It's like a physical experience which is scouting at the end of the day. Tourism cannot be complete with a physical experience. I know I'm not antagonizing anybody. I'm talking that digitization is the complementary part. And that's it. It has to be the physical experience because ultimately COVID has shown us the human anatomy is really not meant for total digitization. Digitization is a help and a tool. You have to get back healthy. People are talking of digital detoxification as destinations. That you come there and you stop your mobile. And therefore, you are not having distractions. So that also is picking up, also as a very particular segment, by the way. And I think that those kind of segments will be very, very important for us in our country over here. Then we have connectivity. I think people have talked. There are some limitations. Based on digitized information, we do know of cybersecurity threats and all that. And augmentation and personalization often requires complementary human interface. And I think Professor Sinani was speaking about is some countries have surged ahead. I think how they have surged ahead is that the complementary aspect of human intervention is always there. The moment you are stuck somewhere, somebody human is there to help you out. So, we cannot get over-gizmoed, overawed by the technology itself. Yes, we are front runners, we are everywhere, we are the software kings of the world, and will continue to be. But ultimately, what it is? Ultimately, it has to be the smooth road on the vehicle drives, smooth landing, you get out and all that. So I keep working on in both my passion sectors, which is agriculture and tourism, that it is the physical part of it which remains to be very, very important. And I think that's where we need to mix the things up. The complementary part remains as important as the digital part. And I think that's what we should always look at. Talking of it, and I think I must mention about one of the points Mr. Billa mentioned in the morning. He said 27 million of us are outbound. Yes, we will continue to remain outbound. Those destinations are very good to us. Only 7.3 million were tourists. Others are somebody studying. We have our diaspora there, my brothers, sisters, I go there and all that. In this 7.3 million, we go and spend money outside. The Prime Minister sometimes mentioned and I think all the tourism industry would know it, marry in India. Idea is very simple that you start doing these destination things, you spend money here. I am a recently enthusiast of this particular thing. Since I have traveled quite enough the West, there are some destinations I still want to travel, but I have started looking at this. I just want to share 2 minutes on this. I drove from here to Ratnagiri. I stopped short of Goa. And I saw a museum called Prachin Konkan, entirely private initiative. Beautiful. The drive from here to Ratnagiri took 4 days. I had various destinations, Omkareshwar, Shirdi. It was a pilgrimage turn. And kudos, I think we are doing well. There is a lot of, road development happening. All is contiguous. Little bit of an issue, yes, Madhya Pradesh has very good signages. I stayed in the MP tourism property. Have had the privilege of working with Mr. Lohani, and you see how the destination of the government properties work. It's a pleasure to see it further improving. The Ujjain city itself. But yes, there are pain points. The pain points, for example, in the Ujjain was when you're trying to get in and that the ticket online system was not working. So there was a little bit of a queue at the physical queue. So I think we need to just start managing these very effectively. Coming back to the subject, stopping short of Goa, driving down from Delhi to that place, nullified a high amount of surge fares which you get on the airlines. So I think there is a huge potential. This 7.3 million people like me, many more like us, can be prevented from traveling abroad. Okay, I don't want to be antagonistic to Sridhar. You would say that if UPI starts to be a competitor to the cards, again it's a complementary aspect. So people like us, I debate. I have got very good friends in Amex, in Mastercards, a lot of industry colleagues, and they say, no, ye zyada chalega nahi. Maine kaha chalega. Because it is India which is developing, but I think the good news is that the cards and the UPI system are complementary to each other. I cannot say much about this. This is a very big effort with one of the very big economic powers which India is trying to have of integrating the UPI system. And there are some international, geopolitics around it which cannot be discussed over here, but I think it is happening. It is going to happen. It is going to change the terminology of the UPI itself. UPI is not short of a revolution. Please understand this. From an Indian's point of view, and I remember 2016, when we had a ban on these notes, and I was still a part of a banking organization, I had to handle the reporters. At that time, I had professed. So UPI is a huge enabler also to the tourism industry. So we should look at it. Some of the government initiatives: adopt a heritage scheme, Incredible India campaign. In 2013, our bank was the first to have a co-branded inbound India travel card with Incredible India as a Ministry of Tourism's brand. And this was launched in ITB Berlin in 2013. Much water has flown. We have seen huge amount of inbound things happening. But again, this was something which we had thought of and time to revisit how to adapt them. We have adopt a heritage scheme, Tourism and Hospitality Skill Council. And then we have large number of private sector initiatives. Some of them, are represented here. Some of them are the other people in the industry over there. Then certain benefits and challenges. Benefits are efficiency, convenience, traveler experience, job creation, sustainable tourism practices. Challenges remain digital infrastructure development, many of you have spoken about, cybersecurity concerns, data privacy and protection, skill development and training, balancing technology and human interaction. I think that continues to point out back to us, and I think we need to continue revisiting this. Then my last slide, and there I'll have a couple of other pointers before I stop. We are looking at integration of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, growth of sustainable and responsible tourism, increased focus on digital payment, development of smart tourism cities, and enhanced collaboration between government, industry, and startups. So I have two specific policy pointers, which I think I'd be very happy to take forward with FAST, because FAST continues to be very active. Develop tourism using social equity-based public-private partnerships. And I use the word social equity very, very aggressively. The social equity part is where ultimately, the community involvement starts to happen. And we had set up a project was called Edge of India. And Mr. Jutsi may remember it was many years back, but his ministry was very, very aggressive at that point of time. I'm talking of the year 2012 and 13 specifically. And in this setting up, this was a Scottish government project. They tried to look at us. In fact, they didn't involve an NGO at that time. We were called in to help them set up the cooperative destination management organizations. So we set up 4 in Uttarakhand and 5 in West Bengal. Both under different strata. One was a Section 25 company and one was a standard cooperative. So what I mean is, we cannot leave the word destination management organization out of the blue. The large part of the competitive tourism industry is not going to spend their time in setting it up. It becomes a public policy initiative. And when you start looking at it, it has to be looked at in conjunction with the other schemes. We are talking of, for example, in the agriculture sector, we are talking of farmer-producer organizations. We are talking of doubling the farmer's income. One of the aspects which we are beginning to look at very aggressively is agri-tourism can be that enabler. So in isolation, what can we do? We can link up the Ministry of Tourism and Ministry of Agriculture and start looking at it. Incidentally, ICR very recently has started formally looking at public-private partnerships in this structured way. So I remain very passionate about it from my heart. It's beyond any standard monetary recognitions, and I would very happy to take it forward. So therefore, I really must thank from my bottom of my heart that I got a very timely intervention as a speaker here, and I hope that I am able to carry forward with many of you, especially now that I'm an academician. I have a chance to spend some time more, in a research mode and start to look at it a little bit more deeply. Thank you very much, and we can deliberate.
Thank you, Mr. Pandey.
This presentation can be shared, and I think very happy to look at any of the stakeholders going forward.
Since we are running out of time, and the next session is also on after this, so what I'll do is I'll ask one question each for 1 minute, giving 1 minute to each speaker, so that we can have some time for questions from the audience also. So I'll start with you, Ashish. You mentioned many things. I will not go over that. But one thing that you mentioned, I would give you 1 minute to dwell more upon, is carrying capacity, sustainability that you talked about, how digitization or innovation or new technology can help there.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. It's the key aspect here is how do we integrate destinations on a digital framework. Now, when we look at carrying capacity, what in a destination is a carrying capacity anchor? You have hotels. If you have a wildlife park, that's a carrying capacity anchor. You have the roads, or you have if you have the center square, that is how much load can it carry. So I think it's very important that we have multiple kind of destinations in India: forest destinations, hill destinations, beach destinations. Through a scientific norm-based framework, if we can arrive at minimum carrying capacity load factors for each of those destinations, and have the local municipal authority, state on a national framework, so that visitors who are which are obviously linked with the service providers, the hotels, the shopkeepers, and the key tourism anchors, which could be wildlife parks or beach, so that tourists who are planning their trip also have to see what is the current load factor in that destination. So I think at 80-85% load factor, that destination should be stopped to take any more walk-ins.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Sajnani,
Sir.
Destination management. What do you think the development of destination management organizations, what is the role that technology, digitization and innovation can play to help improve the experience for the Indian traveler or the international traveler?
We can learn from the countries which have implemented successfully. For example, Italy. In the morning, Mr. Birla mentioned about Spain. Spain is the first country to cry about over-tourism. But let's learn from Italy, what Italy has done. Italy has digitalized all components of tourism. And first and foremost important is transportation. Just now, Tushar mentioned about accessibility. How can I ensure that, yes, each place which I desire to reach is accessible, and that too with more of comfort. And what in Italy they have done is, they have digitalized all road networks. That means if I want to travel to place B from place A, I'll get to know how much time I am going to take, even by the IoT, application of IoT. With the help of IoTs, with the help of sensors, the exact time I am going to take from place A to place B. We have been talking about smart cities. The smart cities is nothing but using those IoT-based tools and technologies to inform the potential visitors in destinations, to give them a memorable experience. That's very important, number one. Transportation is the most important thing. Then accommodation. Because every place is not equipped with the same amount of accommodation units. We are very short of, we have got, metros, we have got tier 1, now we are moving to tier 2 cities. But the interface between or among these metros, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities, that means the aggregators are coming up, but these aggregators are big players. But what about that unorganized sector which comprises of the majority of the rooms? If I say, if 300,000 rooms are in unorganized sector, what are we going to do with that? So technology can play a very important role, and in India we have the potential. Great potential is in India. I mean, what we see is just a tip of the iceberg.
Okay.
I mean, what we actually have, but we can achieve a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Sridhar, you spoke about one area that really caught my attention was the importance of transit solutions and digitization there. What, you can take that ahead, or you think if you were to be asked what is the important digital differentiator that will, change the outlook for Indian tourism in the near future, what would you say it is?
Yeah, I think discoverability is key, and just the sheer fact that we work with almost every bank you can name globally. If we can work with tourism boards that want to put out specialized messages, targeting an audience. And the thing is, we have different tiers of cards also. So if you're targeting a super affluent customer, you're talking to a Visa Infinite or a Visa Ultra card holder or a Visa signature or a platinum and so on. And we're doing this work globally. So that's one, data and insight. Two is, yes, transit is important. It's an enabler. It's almost like a fly on the wall. I don't want, as a tourist, to come and think too much about it. And I think we need to get to that space, and that's my constant urge to policymakers, that we need to start adopting to what payment instrument and methodology tourists have if we want to be seen as tourist friendly, right? And one last thing, yes, payment networks will be built. UPI is great, and I think as Dr. Pandey, I think, pointed out, it's complementary, right? Payment networks and UPI serving different purposes, all addressing cash, and there's still a lot of cash out there. One thing we must realize in all of this is that cybersecurity is really key. I can ask anyone to hazard a guess, and I'm pretty sure nobody would be able to come up with the exact number of attacks, for example, that Visa faces on its payment network, because money is being moved and the cyber terrorists are just getting smarter and smarter. But I'll just give out the number. I mean, I can ask a question, but the number is close to 400 million attempts a month. Right? That's what you're staving off, and really that's the kind of tech you have to be ahead of the curve. Payments at the end of the day has to be seamless, almost non-noticeable. And if we can get to that and we can tell the tourists that, come here and don't worry too much about it, we've got you covered, I think we would have done ourselves a big favor.
Thank you. Thank you. Tushar Pandey, you have traveled a lot, as you say, and your passion is agri-tourism, your passion is driving. So something that you have seen and you have seen on the ground is something that needs to be taken further. How do you think innovations and technology can take homestays, make them stronger in areas where, branded accommodation or unbranded accommodation cannot reach?
I think a very relevant question, Singh Saab. I think the thing is that when you look at large quantity of these homestays, the ones who are already connected to the large spectrum of the hotel industry and all, perhaps that can be encouraged by the policy, that the hotels themselves who are very well connected, the bigger industry, they have a network. They send people out for relative shorter stays. You are a 4-day stay there, can you go and stay there for a 1 day? The other policy is when you're setting up of these destination management organizations, their training and capacity building to come up as close to the current contemporary technology. For example, how do I become a part of the search engine? So those rural homestays will not have that capacity or the expertise. And this is exactly, Sanjani sir is here, his students are here. One of the things is, this is where the new generation of knowledge should also get in. As I see personally that many of the efforts, and I think technology can play a very important part in this. How do you get, we know how the search engines work. We get the first click and we typically go there, and even within these search engines, Agoda or TripAdvisor, it is the first one normally you enter and you start completing the deal. But where is the cooperative movement behind this? This is where the policy makers have to be work, and we don't have a template across the world. We have to set up our own template. So I think the next generation, sir, is to also look at synergy between various ministries. Sustainable development goals, at least 5 apply to our industry. But again, these 5 are spread across various ministries. For example, in the agriculture ministry, it is largely aid to the farmer driven. Tourism industry remains cash driven. So I think it is a next generation challenge to all of you, especially the current bureaucracy who is here, that how we can match this up. I see a very strong possibility, and I see that we have to set the world template, and that remains my optimism, and we should do it.
Thank you, Tushar. If anybody from the audience wants, we can take 1 or 2 questions. We are running out of time. You'll have to mention who you are and.
Do we have some statistics wherein we can understand as to how much technology has satisfied the customer, especially the outbound customer? Maybe Sridhar would be able to answer.
Sorry, sir, when you say outbound, an Indian traveling abroad?
That's right.
Okay. Can I try and understand the question?
Any data on how the Indian or any Indian outbound traveler has been enabled by technology or satisfied by technology?
Interesting thing would be, in the morning we were talking about customer experience, and it's very, very important to understand the customer experience from the feedback, because it's very, very important from the government as such, the government organizations. Do we have some kind of feedback? Because my research, my PhD has been into the customer delight. So my focus purely was onto the customer delight as to the interface of customer delight vis-a-vis to the feedback what we have had. So
Sure. No, I think it's a great question, absolutely. And it's important to get the feedback because many customers just walk away, right? And then you've lost the customer forever. But if you have feedback, you have a chance to address it. Visa is a company where we do not see the end customer. Everyone is just a number, right? And we intentionally segregate that from a data privacy standpoint. So we don't have direct access to customer feedback in transaction, but we do a lot of surveys. And I think in general, there is survey data that's available in terms of how customers have experienced, I think, but obviously it will not be to the same scale as payment transaction data. But we do work with partners like TripAdvisor, for example, to tap into surveys and kind of feedback into the whole curation and discoverability.
But I think the Tourism Ministry could look into this. I will take some other questions. Wait.
Yeah, I'm a former diplomat. Great sharing. But I would suggest, as the chairperson also knows, the External Affairs Ministry is to be associated actively in my half a dozen postings, 3 or 4 postings. I have been doing the tourism also. Lately, Sydney, Indonesia, Dubai, and Jakarta. So, agriculture, of course, but I think external affairs is playing a big part. That's what I think. It's for you for consideration. Thank you.
That will be the last question.
See, I'm Subhash Verma. Anyway, my question is for the visa fee for a very practical experience. Just last month, I was traveling to Germany on a Munich airport ATM, and I had put my visa card of HDFC Bank, 500 euro. I did not get any cash, but nothing happened. I reported to the HDFC Bank. They blindly or very negatively handled. Anyway, my question to you is the safety, as I am holding a visa card. What is the responsibility of you as a visa in this kind of situation?
So, Visa is a payment network, right? So we process the underlying payment. Typically, we work with banks, and the banks are the interface with the customer. So in this case, I think you'll have to speak to your bank. I mean, find a way to get them to address your query. But the bigger thing, and that's an important point you make, is something called card controls, right? And RBI has been one of the first regulatory bodies to drive card controls. You can literally, with your app, control, how much money can be withdrawn, whether the card can be enabled for international, whether you want to enable it for contactless. And therefore, suddenly the card, you have much more control in terms of that piece of plastic in your pocket working to, exactly how you want it to work. And that's something that India has taken a big lead in. So from a safety standpoint, you have that option, and banks do provide that option actively.
So, thank you. Now we'll have to conclude because we've terribly overshot the time. My thanks to the speakers. We have 2 from industry, 1 from the CEO of Faith. We have Sridhar from Visa and the academicians who have shared a broad spectrum of not only the theory but practical inputs, also insights on how digitization, innovation and technology can take us forward, and which are the areas where we need to pay attention. Of course, being cautious about cybersecurity and other looming threats. So thank you, and I would request you to give a big hand to the 4 panelists.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And may I request our chairperson, Shri Arvind Singh Ji, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to our eminent speakers. We begin with presenting to Shri Ashish Gupta, Consulting CEO of Faith. Thank you very much indeed for those wonderful. We present to Professor Manohar Sajnani. Thank you very much indeed. We present to Shri K. Sridhar from Visa. Thank you. And to Shri Tushar Pandey. Thank you very much indeed. And may I request for a quick group photograph, sir, before we move on to the next session. And ladies and gentlemen, let's once again put our hands together for that wonderful session that we had. Requesting everyone to kindly remain seated as we straight away move towards our next business session, which is also the concluding session of the seminar, which is on mainstreaming sustainability in tourism through green initiatives. Kindly remain seated, give us few minutes while we arrange the top table for the next session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. I would like to invite on stage Sri Vinod Zucchi ji, former Secretary Tourism, Government of India. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to once again welcome our eminent distinguished chairperson on the stage. And I have the privilege in inviting our eminent speakers, Sri Sandeep Gupta, Executive Chairman and MD, JW Marriott, Sri Rakesh Mathur, Founding Member and Honorary President, RTSOI, and Sri S.K. Saraswati, former Member, ANS, Airports Authority of India. May I request our dignitaries to kindly come up and kindly be seated on the stage.
I got your message. So I'll request you to speak first. Okay.
And I would request Mr. Shahi to kindly do the honors of presenting bouquets and welcoming our dignitaries. We welcome our speakers with floral bouquets. We welcome Sri Sandeep Gupta, and we welcome Sri S.K. Saraswati. Thank you, sir. We are waiting the arrival of Sri Rakesh Mathur to join us. So meanwhile, before I hand over to our chair, I have the privilege of introducing our panel. Of course, everybody knows our distinguished chairperson, Sri Vinod Zucchi. He's the former Secretary Tourism, Government of India, doesn't need any more introduction to this august house. We have with us Sri Sandeep Gupta, who is the Managing Director, Arya Hotels and Consultancy Private Limited, and the Executive Director, Asian Hotels West, is a very dynamic leader in the field of hospitality and has developed properties that cater to all the segments at various price points. And we have with us Sri S.K. Saraswati. He's ED CNS Planning, retired as member ANS, Airports Authority of India, and was associated with the planning, procurement, supervision of implementation ground and flight testing and adjustment, training of technical professionals, and commissioning of communication, navigation, surveillance, and ATM systems in India. And we hope we are joined by Sri Rakesh Mathur, who is President RTSOI, is a hospitality industry professional with over 47 years of leadership experience in Indian and global hotel groups. And before I hand over to our chairperson to carry forward the proceedings of the session, So, ladies and gentlemen, we are also joined by Shri Rakesh Mathur. Once again, requesting Mr. Shahi to kindly come up and do the honors of presenting a floral bouquet to an eminent speaker. Thank you. Thank you. Most welcome, sir. Thank you very much indeed, sir. I now hand over to our distinguished chairperson for the opening remarks and to kindly carry forward the proceedings of this session. With a request, sir, if you could kindly conclude in 45 minutes the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Sapna. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we begin the session second, and I'm aware of the fact that we are already late by more than 45 minutes, and as requested, I would like to finish it off, say within 45 minutes or maybe a little more, and would not stand between you and the lunch. Anyway, so before beginning the session, I would like to first of all give opening remarks about the subject that we have. The subject, as you're aware, is mainstreaming sustainability in tourism through green initiatives. We have three eminent speakers with us, and I would request in the first round to the speakers to speak for about 5 to 7 minutes. I'm reducing the time because of the time constraint, and after my opening remarks. And thereafter, in the second round, I would try to ask some specific questions related to their backgrounds and maybe some common question if time permits. So, ladies and gentlemen, extending a very warm welcome to our panel speakers. And let me tell you, the esteemed speakers have already been introduced by the anchor. They are either experts in the areas of sustainable tourism, Mr. Rakesh Mathur, or they are actually who are practicing sustainability, like Mr. Sandeep Gupta, and of course in the aviation sector, Mr. Saraswati. So, ladies and gentlemen, mainstreaming tourism sustainability is crucial for ensuring that tourism development contributes positively to the environment, society, and the economy. And to achieve this goal faster, there is a need to integrate green practices into mainstream tourism. So what we discussed in the first session and maybe in the inaugural session is all about technological innovations. My take is that while technology innovations will bring about growth in tourism, mainstreaming sustainability is simultaneously required to bring growth with sustainability, as I had mentioned initially. And there cannot be a continuous growth without sustaining it. So the need of the hour is that we bring in at the same time all those measures, which make this growth in the tourism sector more sustainable. Friends, I would like to apprise that Government of India and many state governments, in fact, have already started taking proactive steps in this direction. I recall, for example, the classification of hotels, the stars that we give, 5 stars, 4 stars, 3 stars, if you are aware of them. Basically, it has inbuilt requirement of green initiatives and green investments. Without having those provisions fulfilled, no star classification is offered by the Ministry of Tourism. Similarly, for registration of tour operators, there are certain do's and don'ts. And that list is getting higher, longer and longer because of the need for sustainable tourism in our country. Similarly, I remember we had those flagship schemes, for building tourism infrastructure. They are still there. One is Swadesh Darshan, one is Prashad. Basically, they are for building world-class infrastructure around the destinations. Now, in those also, the state governments, they put up projects before the center or the Ministry of Tourism, and they look into it. But the basic condition is that while it is creating the required infrastructure, it should also take care of the sustainable aspects. So these are some of the initiatives which the Government of India and even the state governments, if you see the latest policies, for example, Uttarakhand, if you see the latest policy, even Uttar Pradesh, there is an element of extreme cautiousness about the environment. I'm not talking of Kerala and other fragile ecosystems, but even those states where environment and sustainability was never the issue, even they have started becoming serious. With this note, friends, I would like Mr. Sandeep Gupta to share his thoughts on the subject of today's business session. And Mr. Sandeep Gupta, if you could like to go to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you for waiting for our session. It's almost lunchtime, so I'll be brief. So, honorary dignitaries on the dais, esteemed guests, friends. You know, the subject of sustainable tourism, it's not new, but it's catching on fast, and especially in the hospitality industry from where I am. We have been in the hotel industry for almost 45 years, and I just think the need of the hour is now to become more and more sustainable. For large hotels like ours, we have taken some initiatives. It's not possible to revamp immediately, but now I think the time has come that large hoteliers, small hoteliers, new hoteliers, they all come on a common platform. And our initiatives, what we've done is try to use less plastic, reduce plastic use through straws or whatever it might be. What we've done is also removed plastic bottles for our customer base. We've set up our own water bottling plant for drinking water, and we use that, eliminating the entire plastic use system in the hotel. We reuse as much water as possible. We use it for our discharge, whatever the effluence is. And what we want to do is, to reduce our carbon footprint. And we also wanted to do as much self-sufficient energy in terms of using solar panels, but we're limited with what space we have. But at the same time, we are still making endeavors to kind of work on that and use as less energy as possible and reduce our carbon footprint. I mean, that's our goal. So these are some of the initiatives that we have taken. And more hotel developers you'll see, especially the new hotel breed, which is now more concerned with sustainable development and wherever they are, and they are more focused on ecotourism, conservation, sustainability, and as part of their development plan. So ecotourism is a new buzzword, and protecting the environment is of utmost importance today. And so whatever or wherever you're developing a hotel or any land parcel, so what are the surroundings, what are you protecting around is very important. So in fact, I think one of the development plans our Honorable Prime Minister announced in Lakshadweep, for example. So that's an archipelago which is very sensitive for the eco environment. And we want to look at those kind of models that you preserve the environment while developing a hotel plot or a hotel land or whatever you do. So preserving the ecological environment around any such development of any kind of tourism-based development is of utmost importance. Green initiatives to leave a zero man-made carbon footprint should be the norm for any new development. And I think that's something which all hoteliers need to come together as a body and focus on that, which we are pushing through our chain, which is a Marriott, which is now almost 150 hotels strong and also developing 50 more hotels. So I'm meeting the head of Marriott soon, and that's something which the takeaway message from today's sessions that, I should discuss that with him and, say what is the sustainable things that Marriott should do, or large chains like Hyatt, Hilton. They should have that as a model. And that's something, which we can contribute as developers. And we work with the hotel brands. We work with, of course, the government in as much ways as we can. And we do need government help and initiatives to help us make it as sustainable as possible. So we hope and we expect that with private and government initiatives, this should propagate tourism to be a sustainable and responsible industry. So I think a lot has been said about what a hotel developer or hotel development should do. We need a lot of hotels. Of course, we have a lot of shortage in hotels, and that 4 lakh crores is needed to develop hotels. So with that message in mind, all the new developments that take place should focus on that, on what we've learned today. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandeep Gupta. I have a small question, with regard to, the community engagement. Today, JW Marriott and its chains, they are all over the country now, and probably you plan to go in tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well. So I would like to ask how the hotels can engage, in engaging the community, especially at the local level, to provide them employment, to maybe, to consume, what they produce, and maybe both in terms of economic security and in terms of participation. What do you think could be the role, Mr. Gupta?
So, historically, we've only been in large cities like Delhi, Mumbai, and so large cities in which we can't really work with the local community. These are very large cities of 30 million people each. So there's not much of a role that we can do with the community upliftment. In our hotel, we've also done a tree plantation drive. We help the community, whichever way we can. We work with large chains, so we work with their initiatives as well on what they do countrywide. But I'll give you an example. I mean, I was in Bikaner a couple of years back, and then it's a small boutique hotel called Narendra Bhavan, and I met the owner, and so she was telling me about the way they are helping uplift the community, uplift their farming techniques, empowering women to, become business-oriented, self-sufficient, and in terms of sustainability, and they are, and these are small hotels. I mean, these are boutique hotels, and this is like a huge tourism destination. So what I'm seeing as a difference today is a new crop of hoteliers, and they are extremely sensitive to what they're doing, to the environment, to the community, and which is a great sign. And we are not in that business scale, in that space yet. But like I said, Lakshadweep is like an example which could be a potential for development. And if we ever do that, and then we would definitely be looking at how to protect the environment, the ecotourism. We don't want to go like the Maldives way, just keep developing, and it's just become a concrete mass. So I think any which way forward, if we get into that space, we will be looking at that.
Thank you, Mr. Sandeep Gupta. In fact, one takeaway from what he mentioned during his address is that sustainability and sustainable tourism is not a new word for the global community of tourism. In fact, I recall, and Mr. Bez Barua was referring to the 2002 policy, which was probably he was the architect of that policy, which is still the current policy of India, because the 22 policy is still in the draft stage. Now, if you see the 2002 tourism policy of India, you will find that the first line is that sustainability shall be the guiding star for tourism to follow. Now, you can imagine as many as 22 years ago, India had realized the importance of sustainability. And in fact, I would like to provoke Mr. Rakesh Mathur, who is going to be the next speaker, that STCI guidelines, based on GSTC, they were also brought long years ago, almost more than a decade ago. So the concept of sustainability has certainly been there. But gradually, the whole world, people have started realizing, especially because of over-tourism, about which Mr. Billa also flagged this problem. People have started realizing. Barcelona, if you see, there are protests against the tourists who come in. We are under tourism and they are over tourism. So basically, there is a mismatch, but things have started more from the Western side. And India should realize, because India's ecological system is very fragile, much more than many other systems in other countries. So with these STCI, why I wanted to mention here is because I would now request Mr. Rakesh Mathur, who has not just been, looking after responsible tourism, but probably his organization is also catering to the requirement of implementing the STCI guidelines and maybe some certification about which we would like to know from him. Mr. Rakesh Mathur, please give your thoughts.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just start by saying that I'm not an expert on environment. And neither I am, an expert on the larger aspects of sustainability. I'm a hardcore hotelier, and after 50 years of practicing hoteliering, somewhere down the line I realized, along with some other colleagues and friends, that tourism and the hotel industry were high consumers of energy and high producers of pollutants. And what could we do in the industry to bring about a change and sustainable practices and make a difference? Now, I'd like to begin by saying that at the ground level, if you want to bring about change, there is no rocket science involved. First and foremost, when I walked in here this morning, and you will notice that I have buttoned my top, my shirt button at the top, is because I'm feeling cold. Now, the question here is, how much extra energy are we wasting by not bringing the temperature of this room down to a bearable level? And that is about responsible sustainability. I think at every point, every little thing that we do, we have to realize that any action of ours in the hospitality and tourism industry can bring about a change if we think about all these things at the ground level. The second thing I noticed, and I would like to apologize for raising it, are these plastic folders. Could we have done something else? These colorful yellow and green plastic folders. As it is, plastic is becoming a real big problem to mankind. So I think these are two small things I just wanted to point out before beginning. And one of the few things that I want to say is, and we've got young minds, young students sitting here, is that a lot of this requires a change in mindset. And if our younger generation can understand what we are talking about, I think in years to come we'll be able to make a difference. So, having said this, I like to begin by, ladies and gentlemen, I like to begin all my presentations by showing this beautiful picture, which I found somebody sent it to me on Mother's Day. And I think we have to realize that this is one earth that we all share, and if we are not serious about what we are talking, and if we don't make a difference at the ground level, what is going to happen? Now, look at these. Look at some of these images that I show you on screen. This is a hotel, a 5-star deluxe hotel, and there is a party. And look at the amount of plastics and garbage that is accumulated. This is one hotel, one party, and imagine what is happening all over the country. You look at that, one would imagine that's a stainless steel tray. It is not. It's a disposable tray. And what's going to happen is just going to go back into the environment. It's being used by a hotel. I don't want to name the hotels, but it's being used by a hotel for service. And the next picture there, now this is an airline tray. And that is railway catering. One soup being served, look at the amount of plastic being wasted along with it. So I think somewhere down the line, look at the small bottles of water. Mr. Gupta mentioned about changing service design of water and serving in glass bottles. But there are very few hotels that are doing that. The organized sector is certainly trying. But most hotels you go to in the unorganized sector will place those 20 ml bottles on your table. And what do you do with that? You're just adding that to the environment. We must go back to good old days where we had water dispensers. And these are the changes that we have to bring about. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are some pictures I wanted to show you of what is actually happening at the ground level. And how do you bring about that change? You can't do it unless and until you change mindsets of service providers at the very, very basic level. We cannot talk about sustainability in the long term. Sustainability has to be perpetual. As long as the earth is there, Mother Earth is there, it has to be sustainable. And I already said that we realize that tourism and hotels, especially hotels, are high consumers of energy and resources and high producers of wastage and pollutants. And the higher the experience, the higher the environmental cost. Uncontrolled tourism, people spoke about carrying capacity. Uncontrolled tourism without any intervention is what is causing climate change, and we are all aware of that. These are the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, which are directly affected by tourism. I won't go through each and every one of them because we are short of time, but there are 8 of them which are directly affected. Now, what are the actions needed? It's always good to complain कि ये हो रहा है, वो हो रहा है, but I think from RTSOI standpoint, there are certain steps that we are taking. I think the actions needed are, first and foremost, hotels have to make a transition towards renewable energy through innovation and technology and to reduce the carbon footprint. And that is, of course, happening in a large way in the organized sector, but we must understand that almost 60 to 70% of our service providers are in the unorganized sector. So that's another challenge that we are facing. We have to redefine luxury not to be, luxury in the sense of high consumption, but luxury in the sense of being experiential. It's high experience, not high consumption. And there has to be a line between luxury and comfort. We must encourage local consumption, discourage imports which have a high carbon footprint. We won't go into details. There are so many examples I can give. Hotels must change service designs. Mr. Gupta already mentioned about water, and it's not just about serving water from a glass bottle or a glass, but also about serving in the early days, we used to, as soon as a guest sat on the table, we would pour water into the glass, and half the water was wasted. But today, we are asking the guests, would you like some water? And when they do say yes, we pour half a glass. So there is a whole service design change that is coming about in hotels. We have to introduce environment charters for employees, which we have done. I'm going to show an example. Architects must design environment-friendly buildings and use environment-friendly materials. So even at the designing stage and at the stage when a hotel is being built, all this technology has to be kept in mind. I could go through this whole list in detail. It's all about plastics and garbage management, synthetic packaging, and the basic thing here today is that plastic bottles and synthetic packaging, you go to any tourism site and you will see it's strewn, and I showed you a picture in the earlier. What do we need to do? We must bring about a change by introducing a list of do's and don'ts and implementing them. The days of being goody-goody are gone. I think we have to be very strict. At every high-density tourism site, rules and regulations must be enforced and people must be held accountable. Having said that, we have suggested, and at every platform, Mr. Zutshi spoke about Sustainable Tourism Criteria of India. We worked very closely with the Ministry of Tourism to evolve the criteria, but it needs to be implemented. That certification process has to get going. However, in the meantime, we have been trying to promote very actively that every school, there should be an education in schools to change mindsets about being responsible citizens, where we talk about hygiene, sanitation, garbage, pollution, energy conservation, water conservation, and things like that. Display do's and don'ts at all tourism sites, introduce tourism wardens, come guides, and empower them to impose fines wherever a tourist is found violating whatever laws and whatever you want to enforce. There should be a budget for support for a responsible traveler campaign. Today, travelers are causing more damage to the environment than service providers. And I'll at the end of it, I'll show you a very brief video that we have produced, which we are trying to promote. It's called the Responsible Traveler Campaign. And, through all these, exchanging best practices, bringing the unorganized sector under control, conducting energy and environment audits, carrying capacity studies, and of course, developing new destinations. I think all these points were earlier also mentioned. I would just like to show you some of the plastics that are used, which need to be completely discarded. And today, the thing is that good substitutes are available. I mean, these pictures we have already seen. There was a very interesting sign that I came across. In the forests and mountains, animals do not leave trash. Humans do. Please behave like animals. I thought we should share this with everyone. Today, substitutes are available. And I think all of us must actively work towards substituting plastic with all these. Yes, there is a cost to it, but I think we will have to afford that cost if we are to bring about a change. So these are all the substitutes. We are now putting bottles instead of those plastic bottles. Garbage segregation is being practiced. And I spoke about the Environment Charter. This is an Environment Charter which we are displaying. We have asked all our members to display in their hotels. And this has been translated into local language, into Hindi language, so that each and every employee abides by this Environment Charter. And we've made it so compulsory that even at the time of when you are giving an increment or you're promoting or you're confirming somebody, we want them to know the Environment Charter so that they follow the rules and regulations that have been set about. This is just a pledge which was made and adopted by the Ministry of Tourism many, many years ago. And I think this pledge is something that we can we can distribute a copy later. I'm sure you can't read it here. So, ladies and gentlemen, beyond this whole concept of reducing, reusing, recycling, there are many, many R's that we need to look at: rethinking, reforming, renewing, rebuilding, reviving, etc., etc. And as various people have said, and I find there are these 2 or 3 statements which were made by this gentleman, Mr. Hubert Reeves. I don't know who he is, but he is credited with this, that we are the most insane species. We worship an invisible God and destroy the visible God, and that is nature. And unaware that nature is the God that we are worshipping. Then, of course, you had Mahatma Gandhi. The earth has enough for every man's need, but for not greed. We have a Dalai Lama saying we have a responsibility to look after our planet. It's our only home. And finally, I think Mr. Barack Obama, what he said was really hit me to the core. We are the first generation to feel the effect of climate change, and the last generation who can do anything about it. Because if we don't do something about it, I think we will not have very many years to survive. I think with this I'd like to close, and can we show that? I just want to show you a small clip of a responsible traveler campaign. It'll take half a minute. That campaign was widely publicized on social media, and what we have been requesting the Ministry of Tourism is to take it sound.
उसको क्लिक करिए साउंड वाले को.
What we've been requesting the Ministry of, can you just click the sound, please?
वो स्क्रीन पे म्यूट करिए राकेश जी. म्यूट है उस. अच्छा, इनबिल्ट होगा.
We've been requesting the Ministry of Tourism. These were small clips made called the Responsible Traveler Campaign, aimed at the traveler.
वहाँ की फिजा खराब ना करें। हेलो नमस्कार आदाब, मैं हूं तलत अजीज़ और आपसे बात करने आया हूं रिस्पॉन्सिबल टूरिज्म के बारे में। रिस्पॉन्सिबल टूरिज्म वो होता है जब कोई टूरिस्ट बन के कहीं पर भी जाता है छुट्टी पर, तो वो एहतियात ये करते हैं कि वहाँ की फ़िज़ा ख़राब ना करें। यानी कि अगर आप समझिए पिकनिक पर चले गए, आप कचरा कूड़ा प्लास्टिक बॉटल्स वगैरह आप ऐसे नहीं फेंक देंगे, आप उसे बिल्कुल संभाल के कोई डस्टबिन में और कोई ऐसी जगह महफूज उसको छोड़ देंगे ताकि वहाँ की फ़िज़ा, वहाँ का एनवायरनमेंट ख़राब हो। ये ग्लोबल मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ है, आई एम अ रिस्पॉन्सिबल ट्रैवलर। आप जानना चाहते हैं इसके बारे में तो हैशटैग है आई एम अ रिस्पॉन्सिबल ट्रैवलर, आप उसे भेजाइए और ज्वाइन कीजिए और इसके ज़रिए आप हमारी दुनिया, हमारी फ़िज़ा को एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत और खुशगवार दुनिया बनाइए ताकि आने वाली पीढ़ियाँ भी उसका लुत्फ़ उठा सकें।
So these were couple of friends who did it for us. They were opinion leaders or celebrities. But what we have been requesting is that the Ministry of Tourism should make these and take these at the national level in national media. We were only able to promote this on social media. But if you take it to the national level, it will make a lot of difference to bring about a change in the mindsets of people that I'm talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rakesh Mathur ji, for a very deep insight into the sustainability and responsibility. In fact, the best takeaways which I have drawn from your address is that there is a relation between sustainability and responsibility. And Mr. Mathur has also raised a point of consumption. Now, this is one area which is generally not very well understood or maybe not interpreted as one of the sources for sustainability. Mr. Mathur, would you like to mention something about this consumption? You mentioned that overconsumption is bad. So, could there be an optimal consumption, like you mentioned about the AC, running of the AC, and what a pertinent point.
Well,
this happens all over the world. So, how can overconsumption affect the sustainability? If you can just throw some points on this point.
I can just give some examples on consumption. Imagine, you know, it's very common for many five-star deluxe hotels to import a certain food item from a certain country. You must have heard that, you know, a certain beef from, well, not beef anymore, but certain fish is imported from some country, some food items are imported, caviar is imported from Russia, pâté de foie gras is imported from France. Now just imagine the carrying capacity of bringing all this stuff from abroad, then storing it here, the carbon footprint that is created by this entire exercise. What we are saying is be local, eat local. Another example of consumption of resources, you walk into a super deluxe hotel and you have a beautiful bed and there are 5 cushions thrown on your bed. Now, if you are honest with what you're doing, every time a guest goes, you must wash the cushion covers. Now, my question is it really necessary to create so much of chemical affluence, to bring about so many chemical affluents into the system? Where is the line between luxury and comfort that we are drawing? And these are the few things on the consumption issue that I'm talking about. One can give many examples, but basically be local, eat local, try and draw a line between comfort and luxury so that the carbon footprint is reduced, the affluence and the energy consumption is reduced.
Thank you, Mr. Mathur. Now I request our third and the last panelist, Dr. Saraswati, for his address, please. So, meanwhile, while Mr. Dr. Saraswati is making arrangements, I would like to highlight the second point that sustainability and responsibility, how they are linked with each other. So, if everyone on this planet behave responsibly, whether they are travelers, whether they are citizens, engaged on roads and other places, so obviously the sustainability aspect will automatically come. And what are the parameters for being responsible? Like what Mr. Mathur had mentioned so nicely about specific action plans. So if the whole, the world knows what are the do's and don'ts to maintain sustainability, they can be responsible to the extent of those points, and ultimately the result would be that this earth would be more and more sustainable. Dr. Saraswati's presentation is ready, so I request him to please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jusria. I am actually not a tourism professional, nor I have any relationship with tourism. However, after visiting the islands a number of times, I thought maybe we could have some sort of projects from the FAST side where we can contribute to the development of infrastructure and at the islands. In fact, Government of India has taken a number of initiatives lately in last couple of years in developing infrastructure in both the archipelagos, the Lakshadweep Islands and the Andaman Nicobar Islands, to boost up the commercial activity and also to support the development of tourism infrastructure in both the groups. So this presentation is basically to propose some projects which could contribute towards the development of tourism in the archipelagos. We have two groups of islands. One is the Lakshadweep Islands, the other is the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. I will just touch upon the basic parameters. Lakshadweep Island it's a group of 36 islands, out of which only 10 are inhabited. 26, there is no population. The total land area of all these islands is about 32.62 square kilometers. And Andaman Nicobar Islands have 836 islands, out of which 31 are inhabited. So there is a vast difference between the physical size of the two archipelagos. Whereas Lakshadweep Islands, we have a very little land area, but we are blessed with about 4,200 square kilometers of lagoon area, which I am proposing to sort of exploit for developing some tourism activities. Also, the population per square kilometer in Lakshadweep Island is 2,149 as on 2011 census per square kilometer, whereas in Andaman Nicobar Island it's only 46. That means there's a scope of developing land-based activities in Andaman Nicobar Island, but in Lakshadweep Islands, land-based activities, there is absolutely no scope. As it is overcrowded. And plus, to conserve the nature, they are not permitting any further constructions also. So that is one thing. Another thing which is quite strange is that the literacy rate at both the archipelagos is very high. Whereas In Andaman Nicobar Island, the literacy rate is 86.63. The literacy rate in Lakshadweep Island is 92.3, which is significantly higher than the whole country. Third important thing which is going to affect any development activities in these archipelagos is the seismic activity. Now, Bureau of Indian Standards classify earthquake-prone regions into classification zones, with Zone 1 the minimum, the least prone, to Zone 5 the most prone to earthquakes. Now, whereas Andaman and Nicobar Islands is in Zone 5 and Lakshadweep Islands lie in Zone 3, means we have to take care of these natural phenomena also when we are planning any activity. So taking these into account, I have suggested some projects to meet the common tourist expectations. Now, forgetting about these, the expectations which have been recorded by Niti Aayog, the major thing is that these islands, they have minimal amount of commercial activity, and the tourism activity expectations are absolutely different. A tourist's expectation is absolutely different from those of a business traveler. So we have to specifically design the projects in such a way that they are oriented towards meeting the expectation of a leisure traveler. So first project which I have proposed is development of civil enclaves. This gives a brief statistics of the 7 airfields which we have in the 2 archipelagos, that is the Andaman Nicobar and the Lakshadweep. Port Blair has a fully developed airport with a passenger carrying capacity of 1,200 passengers, 600 domestic and 600 international. So it is fully equipped and very recently upgraded also. Similarly, Agati also has been recently upgraded with the construction of a new terminal building to handle 50 departure and 50 arrival passengers. Rest of the islands, that is the Campbell Bay, Car Nicobar and Diglipur or Shibpur, they do not have any passenger handling facilities, though some limited number of Pawan Hans operations are there, but the passengers are just taken to the helicopter and the arriving passengers are just taken out. There is absolutely no provision of passenger handling facilities. So in my personal opinion, because these Pawan Hans operations are likely to be replaced with the fixed winged operations, we have adequate infrastructure available at all the airports to handle fixed wing operations. So we should consider to have some civil enclaves in these remaining 3 airports. That is Campbell Bay, Car Nicobar and Diglipur. Minicoy, the airport is proposed. It is still not in operation. So there also, after the airport gets commissioned, we should have a civil enclave to handle the civil traffics also. Second proposal is regarding the base for the seaplane operations. Ministry of Civil Aviation is set to introduce seaplane services by 2024 in Lakshadweep. Niti Aayog recommends introduction of seaplane connectivity in Swaraj Dweep, that is Havelock Island in Andaman Nicobar, Shahid Dweep, Nail Island, Hut Bay, and Long Island for better and faster interconnectivity. Now, there's a guidance on seaplane operations available in ICAO APAC document. The document details are given. Guidance for seaplane operation under RCS UDAN provides general information on the seaplane operations. So maybe in sync with the start of seaplane operations by UDAN, under UDAN, we can think in terms of developing the seaplane bases at the islands. So this is the second proposal. Third is hospitality management institutes. Islands need a different type of hospitality management program. The issues are different. The patrons are different, whereas on land, the hospitality basically deals with the business travelers or the commercial travelers. At the islands, the travelers are mostly going to be the leisure travelers, and their requirements are going to be totally different. So we need to have two hospitality management institutes, one each for Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and the second for Lakshadweep. In addition to the prescribed syllabus, the training should be oriented towards the site-specific requirements. The Lakshadweep has different type of requirements as compared to the Andaman Nicobar Islands. Participation of specialized hospitality industry leaders like Taj Groups or ITC or maybe JW Marriott also can be associated with this development of the institutes. There are some reputed hospitality management, international management institutes like the École Hôtelière de Lausanne, Switzerland, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Swiss Hotel Management School, again in Switzerland, Les Roches International School of Hotel Management, Switzerland. So they provide, I'm finishing. The fourth is water villas. Water villas, they need still and stable water conditions, and hence the siting criteria is very critical. More than 4,000 square kilometers of lagoon area is available in Lakshadweep, and they are ideal for the implementation of this project. Niti Aayog has recommended construction of these villas at Kadamat, Minicoy, Suheli at a total project cost of rupees 800 crores. This is 2015 estimate. And depending upon the site availability, we could consider to have overwater bungalows supported on stilts or floating villas where we do not have the firm seabed. So, thank you very much. That was my proposal.
Thank you, Dr. Saraswati. You are definitely an expert in the aviation sector, and particularly you have handled many airports. I have a question, Dr. Saraswati. We hear a lot about the aviation industry, to be the biggest polluter. Please sit down. Especially the airlines, and this is a global issue. Now, there are international flights coming into India. Similarly, so it's what is the way out? Is there anything which requires maybe blending of the air turbine fuel with something else? Can you apprise the audience as to what is the way forward to reduce this pollution level?
Well, it's definitely an issue.
there are some experimentations going on. I think some states have already started using ethanol for the aviation turbines as the fuel. And plus, another significant activity which is related to my profession is that with the development of global navigation systems like GNSS, global navigation satellite systems, etc., the routes are being shortened. And also the polar routes have been started. So they will reduce the overall consumption of fuel. And plus there is an inherent development of technology to reduce the fuel consumption in the turbine itself. So all these steps are being taken simultaneously to reduce the pollution to the extent possible.
Thank you, Dr. Saraswati. So, friends, we are short of time, but before I ask the audience to put one or two questions, I have a common question to all the panel members here. I would like to have comments and responses of each of you on this point, whether, should government, whether state government, central government, facilitate easy access to capital and with subsidized interest rates to those investments which are considered to be green investments for tourism enterprises. Mr. Mathur, what is your take on that?
I think, yes, number one, we will have to establish a very, very rigid criteria for what is a green establishment. And I think there are some examples of some properties in the country. For example, Karma Lakeland, which is located near Manesar, it is very, very close to zero waste in terms of its all the sustainability practices that they are doing. So we will have to establish a very rigid criteria, and once the criteria is established and they satisfy the norms, I think the green establishments must get incentives.
Thank you.
And it will encourage other investors into the same.
Mr. Sandeep Gupta.
Yeah, I did mention briefly that our endeavor is to be energy self-sufficient, to be zero carbon based, but we can't do it alone. The central and even the state government has to give us or incentivize us in some way so that we can be. We don't want to be polluters. We are responsible hoteliers, and I think we are showing the way. Like I said, I'm going to take it to Marriott in a larger bay. There are 150 hotels. I mean, from what we've learned today, my message is to carry that across to them.
Thank you. Dr. Saraswati, would you like to give your comment?
Sorry.
Nothing to offer. Anyway, friends, with this second round of questions over, I would now go to the audience. We can address two questions. When you raise your question, please introduce yourself very briefly, your name and your background. And you also, if it is possible, address the name of the person whom you want to put this question to.
Hello, my name is Rajesh Sehgal. I work with LIC and I look after LIC International Business and NRI Business. So my question is not exactly about tourism, but about the airport. Like I belongs to Jalandhar, I born and brought up there. So in my hometown, every house has one person abroad, and there's a need of airport, but there's no airport there. However, so much potential area. And they started one airport at Adampur, then they closed it. However, it was always overloaded. So it is not exactly a tourism question, but the Udan and the possibility of India airports, there's a shortage and there's a high potential and the people have a lot of money there.
So,
I don't know
very good
anybody can
point.
address.
In fact, you have also referred to the scheme that I would say ambitious scheme which Government of India had launched in 2016 policy, civil aviation policy, Udan Regional Connectivity Scheme as we call it. And we have done a lot in that particular scheme. Maybe the turn of your area hasn't come so far, but they have phases. Maybe a time will come when all other phases are over, that the government will pick up other places also, and we will have more airports. Presently in the RCS, as you know, the abandoned airports were kind of revived again so that they can be made operational. But I think connectivity by air is a necessity, especially for a country like India. If you compare the connectivity or the number of airports that India has among other countries, it stands nowhere. But the fact is that now today we are aiming towards 400 airports. If you compare with your own performance in the last decade or 2 decades, you will feel very proud of it. But gradually, I think things will improve. Again, it's an infrastructure project. It is a large investments involved. We have greenfield airports, we have brownfield airports. Things are coming up. So I'm sure that your place will also have an airport very soon. Thank you. Any other question? Yeah.
I've been to Lakshadweep many times. You see, my study is there. Connectivity is the main issue. Still, you require 5 days permit to visit the Lakshadweep. Secondly, from Bangara Island or Minicoy and all, helicopter service is there, very erratic. So, whatever you say, the government plan, recently Prime Minister visited and a lot of news has come. But there are so many issues. There is no electricity. Entire town and islands are based on diesel generating sets. Solar has experimented, it has not fulfilled that. So I think the major issue there is the connectivity and affordability. You can't have the affordability go to one island to another. A common tourist cannot venture to that. So I think first thing is we have to start ships either Calicut or from other seaports that will be more economical. And secondly, the government should relax the permit system and all. But I think there are major issues of defense airport because the defense is not allowing so much of tourism. Otherwise, the best export can be there of fish and coconut. It is in abundance. So what is your take on that?
As I mentioned to you, Lakshadweep cannot suffer over tourism at all because they just have 32 square kilometer of land area. So the tourism has to expand to the lagoons.
One small comment.
And for extending the tourism to lagoons means we have to go for alternate type of accommodation like water villas and all those things. Second thing is connectivity. Yes, Pawan Hans operations are there to Kavarati, Bangaram, etc. But first thing is the operation itself is not very reliable because of various conditions. So government, the Niti Aayog has suggested deployment of seaplanes. So after the seaplanes come through, first thing is passenger carrying capacity will increase and it is expected the operations will become more reliable.
You see, out of 32 islands, there is small. We can't say the small one.
What we can do is, rest of the supplementary questions we can discuss over the lunch. So friends, I'm sorry you did raise your hand, but I think many hands will raise if I say, would you like to have lunch or the next question? All of them will raise their hands. So friends, bear with me, and Mr. Rakesh Mathur has a point to make on this question.
Yes, on Lakshadweep, Dr. Saraswati, I just wanted to mention that they are live coral there, and the water bungalows will be, and every environmentalist has criticized this concept of water bungalows. Everybody has said that any development should be on land and below the tree line. It should not be high rise and luxury and things. So I think that is a point that you may consider in your presentation. Water bungalows will destroy the coral and the very, very purpose for which tourists will go there.
I totally agree because that's what I've been studying this entire project. And I agree that water villas and like the ecotourism and it will destroy the local eco balance, whatever is there. I agree.
So friends, to wind up, I have nothing much to say except that we all agree that for sustainability, you do need greening of tourism. And in order to bring in sustainability, I will go back to what Mr. Rakesh Mathur made in his said in his presentation, that if you take care, if you sustain this Mother Earth, all other aspects of sustainability will be addressed, including sustainable travel. And number two, in order to make the systems, all systems, whether it is travel and tourism, whether it is manufacturing, whether it is any other sector, what is needed is responsibility at the level of each and every citizen on this planet. And that is what I think is the main issue that all of us have to address. We have to go a long way. The system has been, established. There's a need for awareness. There's need for education at all levels. And I'm sure that India would, in the coming years, based on its current policy, I would say that sustainability is going to be the guiding star. India will be guided by this particular sustainability theme for all times to come, and we'll be the leaders in the entire world to be the most sustainable and responsible travel destination in times to come. Thank you very much for your cooperation and for your patience.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. May I now request you, sir, our chairperson, to kindly do the honors of presenting mementos as a token of appreciation to our speakers. We present to Shri Sandeep Gupta. Thank you, sir. We present to Shri Rakesh Mathurji. And to Shri S.K. Saraswati, sir. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. May I request our panelists to kindly come together for a group photograph, please. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we close the proceedings of the seminar, once again taking this opportunity to convey our gratitude and thanks to all our eminent speakers who have shared their insightful views during the proceedings of today's seminar, and to each one of you for your participation in making the seminar a huge success. We also thank our partners and our sponsors for extending their support to us in organizing this successful event. Thank you to each one of you. Please join us for lunch. Have a wonderful day ahead. Have a safe drive home. Good afternoon and namaskar.